The prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King and to his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interest and prejudice, keep in mind the responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Members, we will now be led in the singing of our national anthem by Ms. Brooklyn Allard. I'd invite you to participate in the language of your choice. Honorable members, prior to proceeding to introductions today, I'd like to just briefly note that you will find a copy of the new page biographies for the 2022 fall sitting of the fourth session of the legislature, which I will table at an appropriate time later today. As you read through it, you will notice that we have a record number of 18 new pages alongside 9 returning pages. I would also like to mention that these biographies will be available online through our house. Honorable members, I know that it goes without saying, but I ask you to provide them with a warm welcome and that you will show this bright young group the utmost patience as they learn the ropes of this important role, and there will be a test on their names next week for each of you. And thank you all. Pages, please, members, provide them the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of visitors.
Honorable members, I'm pleased to introduce a familiar face around the building. Seated in the Speaker's Gallery is former member for Lacombe-Panoka, Rod Fox. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has a school to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome to the wonderful grade 6 class from Virginia Park School. They're joined by their fabulous teacher, Kirsten Elliott, and their wonderful EA, Abdul Mohammed. Please join me in welcoming them.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to also introduce the school group to you and through you to all members of the Assembly. It's Ecole Rio Terrace, and they brought their teacher along, Andrea Bolto, and I know that there's about 3 parents who've come along, and just welcome them also.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to introduce grade 6 students, teachers, and staff from St. Kateri Catholic Schools in Edmonton Meadows. Please join me welcoming them into the House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford has an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce to you and through you to the House Mr. Ashok Gupta and Devendra Singh Tawana, who are businessmen here in Edmonton and residents of the Southwest constituency here in Edmonton. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Forestry, Parks and Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce to you and through you to all members of the Assembly, members of the Alberta Grazing Lease Association, Mr. Kevin Manise and Mr. Kyle Forbes, as well as members of the Western Stock Growers Association, Graham Overgard, Bill Newton, and Callum Sears. And last but certainly not least, the wonderful Lindsay Murfin, who keeps all of them in line. So please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
The Minister of Education. The Honourable Minister of Education, introduction.
You didn't give it to me. Sorry.
Are there other introductions? Seeing none, the clerk.
Serial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member, my list actually isn't up to date. The Honourable Member for Camrose is rising.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our United Conservative government knows that affordability is a primary challenge facing Albertans right now, and that families are counting on us to take decisive action to address rising costs of living. That is why we are not hesitating to deliver timely and meaningful inflation relief for Alberta families and businesses. Relief for fuel, relief for utilities, relief for seniors and our most vulnerable. Our government is in a position to provide this relief to Alberta because our balanced budget and strong fiscal position. We recently delivered the second quarter fiscal update, which showed that not only is our economy strong, but that it has momentum. Despite global uncertainty, our province is on track for a projected surplus of $12.3 billion and a repayment of $13.3 billion. The restored strength of Alberta economy in stark contrast to the disastrous economic policies we saw Rachel Notley and the NDP put in place. The NDP's ideological policies and tax hikes chased hundreds of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of investment out of our province. This also wreaked havoc on our budget. Shockingly, the NDP is now attacking the inflation relief we are providing Albertans, even though they have no alternative plan. We are focused, however, on keeping Alberta's economy strong and delivering timely relief to Albertans. We have already committed $2.8 billion over 3 years to help Albertans with cost of living concerns and are committed to $1.3 billion in new funding to help make life more affordable. But as we have said, there will be more help coming. Our commitment to fiscal discipline and economic growth is allowing us to pay down our debt, lower burden, and save for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Camrose will be well aware that the use of proper names under any circumstance would be inappropriate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning is rising.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September, I had the pleasure of attending Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association Conference. I heard presentations from several companies that talked about their plan to reduce emissions and achieve net zero in their operations, as well as produce energy such as hydrogen that will help our province achieve its emission reduction goals. There are currently several large-scale projects being considered in the Industrial Heartland. Dow is proposing to build a net zero facility that will produce 3.2 million metric tons of polyethylene and ethylene derivatives. Suncor and ATCO have partners to build a hydrogen production facility capable of producing 300,000 tons of hydrogen annually. And Interpipeline has proposed blue ammonia and blue methane facilities that will support the transportation of hydrogen. These projects represent billions of dollars in investment and will create thousands of good-paying jobs. However, none of them have reached a final investment decision. This is a pivotal moment for the Heartland and for Alberta's entire economy. The government, rather than embracing investor certainty and economic stability, have chosen to introduce their job-killing, undemocratic Sovereignty Act. A piece of legislation has been panned by venture capitalists, investors, the Calgary Chamber, the Canadian Chamber, and the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. And it is the exact opposite of what we need right now. It will create uncertainty and drive away investment. We need to scrap the Sovereignty Act so that we can attract investment into the industrial heartland, build a more resilient economy, create jobs now and for future generations. I won't vote for the job-killing Sovereignty Act. I ask every member in this House to think about what voting for this bill could mean for workers, for future generations. I and my colleagues are proud to stand in this House each day in support of Alberta's rural economic future, in support of the industrial heartland, and in support of a future for all Albertans.
The honourable member for Spruce Grove, Stony Plain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's member statement is in honor of Dallas Lee Boyko, a longtime paramedic who lived in my riding and died in the line of duty while working to save others. On Saturday, September 10th, paramedics across Canada, Alberta, as well as residents in my home of Spruce Grove and Stony Plain were deeply saddened and mourned the loss of such a tremendous life gone too soon. Throughout her distinguished 25-year career, Dallas treated thousands of patients with tremendous courage, compassion, and skill. Dallas mentored and trained hundreds of students and new staff and made a massive impact on the paramedic community across the province. In recognition of her tremendous dedication and service, Dallas was awarded the 12-year Provincial Service Medal, in addition to countless commendations from patients, families, peers, and supervisors. Paramedics are a selfless breed. I believe it takes a very special kind of person to not only do the job, but to excel in such a vigorous and demanding career. Being a paramedic isn't like the TV shows. It isn't always fast-paced lights and sirens that we like to see. Sometimes there are car accidents, explosions, and heroics, but most of the time it's the complete opposite. It's twisted ankles, toothaches, fevers, and coughs. Sometimes it's literally just having a conversation with someone about their life while you take them to the hospital, or making sure a child has their favorite teddy bear to comfort them on a dark day. Paramedics have played a big role in our society. They are those individuals who sacrifice a lot in order to help residents in our communities. We cannot pay back the goodness and the services that paramedics offer to us. The only thing that we can give them is our full respect that they are modern-day heroes. Dallas was one of those heroes, and her loss will be felt for a very long time. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Piggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government recognized November as Financial Literacy Month to remind Albertans about the importance of personal finance and to highlight government programs that help keep money in their pockets. No one is too young to learn about saving, budgeting, spending, and investing in today's world. With rising interest rates and inflation due in large part to poor federal policy, it has never been more important for us to ensure young people are learning financial literacy skills. Junior Achievement Southern Alberta does a tremendous job of teaching financial literacy skills to young Albertans. As a proud former Junior Achievement alumnus myself, as are several of my colleagues, I know firsthand how valuable financial literacy, career readiness, and entrepreneurship skills are for our students and how engaging JA programming is for young people. I have such gratitude to organizations like Junior Achievement. They have a legacy spanning 60 years of teaching young Albertans about budgeting, saving, and investments. During Financial Literacy Month, they provided over 10,000 youths in our province with financial literacy education. They expect to achieve the same for 75,000 Albertan youths within this school year. Mr. Speaker, that is 75,000 young minds that will grow up to become contributors to our province's economy, patrons in their community, and adults holding the tools necessary to become financially responsible. I'm proud that we have committed funding to Junior Achievement and other organizations, and our government has also shown we recognize the value of financial literacy lessons by implementing them into our K-9 curriculum. And fiscal responsibility is not only something we talk about, we act on it. We are choosing to put budget surplus towards paying off provincial debt instead of continuing to borrow and spend beyond our means. Thank you to this government for continuing to support financial literacy. The progress we make in empowering Albertans, including our students, women and girls, and our newcomers, will lead to financially prosperous lives.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Transformative solutions for inclusive development, the role of innovation in fueling an accessible and equitable world. That statement is this year's theme for International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Since '92, for 30 years, we've marked this day by talking about wonderful people we know, new innovative programs, and a few stories that make it to the newspaper or social media. What we continue to fail to do is to make real progress towards inclusion for all in all areas of life: childcare, early learning, K-12, post-secondary, employment, healthcare, built environment, communication, and more. These last 3.5 years have been a crash course on how to make it exponentially more difficult for inclusion to flourish in Alberta. The UCP is directly responsible for de-indexing benefits of disabled, senior, and low-income Albertans. Sure, they re-index benefits 6 months before an election with a projected surplus of $13 billion, but that does nothing to undo the damage of 3 years of growing poverty. This government has systematically ignored exploding wait lists for disability supports and affordable, accessible housing while patting themselves on the back for recent announcements after months of arrogantly claiming all was well. Here's an excerpt from a letter from a disabled friend of mine. I need decision makers to hear about the pain they caused by de-indexing benefits. Just indexing is not enough. We lost 3 years. How can you boast about making your books look better on the backs of disabled Albertans who can't afford to buy food? Healthcare keeps me alive. I can't fundraise extra dollars to pay for healthcare, and I certainly don't want to beg for money. The disability community has been left behind by the UCP. You're hurting us every day. Our families, our communities know of the hurt and are working hard to make change and have a premier who hears us in 2023. Change is coming, friends. Given the opportunity to form government, we will establish real-time goals and measure inclusion and access so that we can meaningfully celebrate the success on International Day of Persons with Disability in the future. We will get that done.
The honourable member for Calgary East has a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albertans have proven time and time again that they are resilient. We can overcome any obstacle that is thrown our way, and we can stick together. We have seen this over the past couple of years, the 2014 oil price crash, 4 years of NDP tax hikes, and most recently the COVID-19 pandemic. Now Albertans have been tested once again, dealing with record high inflation. Families are struggling to provide for the basic needs, and we are faced with deciding whether to fill up on gas or put food on the table. No parent should ever have to make those decisions. The rise of rent, groceries, and gas is taking a toll on Albertans. While Alberta is trying to mitigate the situation, Ottawa continues to ignore the rising cost of living and have even decided to triple the carbon tax. Our government understands the struggles of Albertans. We have provided many initiatives to ensure that this life is more affordable for Albertans. Some of the major affordability measures we are enacting consist of providing $600 over 6 months to parents for each child under 18 and seniors, $600 over 6 months to age, income support, and PDD recipients, suspension of entire provincial fuel tax for at least 6 months, indexation of provincial tax brackets, and $200 per home and electricity rebates. I'm thrilled that the natural gas rebate program will continue to help Albertans, especially as we are heading into the colder winter months. The index of age, PDD, seniors benefit, Alberta Child and Family Benefit and Income Support Program will begin as early as January, Mr. Speaker. Our government is also investing into Alberta's food banks and low-income transit passes. We realize affordability is a challenge many of us are currently facing, and our government is working hard to provide substantial relief for all Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress, Medicine Hat.
Albertans are optimistic about the direction our new Premier is taking when it comes to greater autonomy within Canada, just like Quebec has sought and received for years. Autonomy is a concept that has deep meaning throughout our history. It is an idea that focuses on maintaining a decentralized federation which respects the constitutional rights of provinces, thereby strengthening national unity by respecting regional diversity. Ottawa has continuously taken more from Alberta than it has returned, leading to a deep feeling of alienation towards the federal government amongst Albertans. It's time we did something. Taxation has long been a flashpoint when it comes to federal-provincial relations, as Ottawa collects most of our tax revenue and passes it out conditionally through several transfer programs like equalization. Ottawa's overreach and interference have harmed the ability of Albertans to provide for their families. And on the other hand, Quebec has a long history of effectively fighting for autonomy of its citizens. In fact, during the 2019 federal election campaign, the Conservative Party of Canada agreed with a unanimous motion from the Quebec National Assembly for the implementation of a single tax return system administered by Quebec and all federal and provincial taxes collected by Quebec. In fact, I served on the Fair Deal panel, and thousands of Albertans expressed their desire to receive a more equitable, decentralized deal with Ottawa. And recently, Alberta's Premier has said, and I quote, That means establishing a tax department so we can collect our own taxes and make it completely transparent how much we collect for our own provincial needs and how much we send to Ottawa. End quote. I now urge this government to strengthen provincial autonomy, follow Quebec's lead in advocating for the creation of a single provincial tax collection agency for all the taxes that Albertans pay.
Members, the time is now 1:50, and that makes it oral question period. And the leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition has the call.
Mr. Speaker, I know every member of this House will always step up to protect our province. Today, our disagreement is in how we do that. Now, last week, the Premier claimed ignorance when we challenged her about the undemocratic powers buried in her job-killing Sovereignty Act. First, she said we were wrong. Then she claimed we didn't read the bill. Then she called us fearmongers. Now she admits there are problems while her caucus demands amendments to the Premier. She's lost people's trust with this bumbling and stumbling, so now her bill is beyond saving. Why won't she just withdraw it?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first the Leader of the Opposition didn't even want to read the bill, voted against it on first reading. Then she asked her friend in Ottawa, Justin Trudeau, to quash the bill. And now she said that she doesn't even want to propose any amendments. I don't think that the Leader of the Opposition is approaching this in good faith. My caucus is. My caucus identified some issues that they wanted to address. They wanted to seek some clarity. And that's the kind of leader I am. I want to make sure that we get this bill right, and I'm grateful that my caucus is going to propose amendments to do that.
The Honourable for the Opposition.
Quote, the worst piece of legislation introduced in Alberta since the social credit bills of the 1930s, end quote. That's Don Braid, the Premier's ex-colleague. Mr. Speaker, when Albertans pointed out this blatant power grab, the Premier claimed they just didn't understand the bill, just like she did right there. Now she's kind of changing her tune. Here's the thing. She either got caught in her attempt to seize power and is now desperately scrambling to cover that up, or she literally didn't know what was in her bill, Mr. Speaker, and very possibly still doesn't. So, which is it?
Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the official opposition may want to quote a journalist, but let me quote former Canadian Supreme Court Justice John Major, saying he doesn't find this bill particularly alarming. In fact, he says, what's so terrible about the province saying if you want to impose on us, you'd better be sure you're doing it constitutionally. Jeffrey Siglet as well, University of British Columbia Centre for Constitutional Law, says it's totally constitutional. So I will take my advice from the constitutional scholars who are looking at this bill and saying it is the right thing to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Those particular scholars, Mr. Speaker, are very much in the minority. Meanwhile, the Premier is ignoring the many voices worried about the impact on our economy. CAP has concerns, the Calgary Chamber has concerns, and the Canadian Chambers of Commerce said businesses are caught in the middle and uncertainty is now the order of the day. Meanwhile, the Premier claims she's getting quiet phone calls from CEOs who disagree. So here's the question, and it should be an easy one. Can the Premier stand and name those CEOs? And if not, why not?
The Honourable the Premier.
I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that neither the head of the Chamber nor the head of CAP consulted their members, because I have been getting dozens of phone calls all weekend. And I will just say that, in point of fact, when you look at the business investment climate and the kind of uncertainty that was created, I remember the Leader of the Opposition talking down Northern Gateway, which cost Northern Gateway, talking down Keystone XL, which cost us Keystone XL, talking down the coal industry. $4 billion is what it cost us on the early phase out of coal. These are the kind of things that the business community does not want to see again.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Clearly unable to name even one CEO. Meanwhile, the surge in pediatric patients arriving in ERs across the province is alarming. This weekend, Albertans learned that respite care at the Rotary Flames House is being sacrificed to ensure care at the Alberta Children's Hospital. This is a serious blow for some of Alberta's most medically fragile children and their families. This staff shortage was not manufactured. It is because of decisions made by this UCP government. So to the Premier, these children need our help and they deserve action from your government. What are you doing to restore these services today?
Well, the Premier.
The crisis that we're seeing in healthcare right now is a crisis that's taking place across the province and across the country. We see in British Columbia as well, they've called a code orange alert. In Toronto as well, they are also taking additional measures. We know that we need to have additional staff on board. In fact, I'm going to give some credit to UNA boss, Heather Smith. She's been working very collaboratively with Alberta Health Services because we know the way the nurses' contract is written is they have to sign off on any redeployment of staff, and she's been excellent to work with, and I hope that we'll be able to continue doing that.
Hear, hear. The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in BC, we heard for hours today from the Chief Medical Officer of Health trying to find ways to keep children safe. In Alberta, we have a volunteer Chief Medical Officer of Health who is silent. Meanwhile, Dr. Sam Wong says the surge in pediatric care is having a severe impact on areas like inpatient and emergency care, and right now they're just trying to keep surgeries happening. So to the Premier, what specifically is she going to do to prevent surgeries for children from being cancelled today?
The Honourable the Premier has the call.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we already know that the wait in emergency rooms is way too long. It's part of the reason why I appointed Dr. John Cowell to take over as official administrator so that we could be making some of these decisions in a very rapid way. We also know that one of the issues we're facing across the country is the shortage of children's Tylenol, the shortage of children's ibuprofen, the shortage of other children's medication. And I may have...
Premier has the call.
I may have something more to say on that very soon. Yeah, maybe as soon as tomorrow. And so this is the thing that we need to do. We need to make sure that children are getting the medications that they need so that parents can keep and take care of their kids at home.
Leader of the Opposition has the call.
We're not talking about Tylenol, we're talking about palliative care for children. Now, the Premier perhaps should have read about Amanda Wagner, an Airdrie mother who had to drive into Calgary when her 23-month-old daughter needed emergency respiratory care. She arrived to a packed ER full of sick children, some in heated trailers. Mr. Speaker, this is a crisis, and it is real, and it is urgent. The silence from this Premier since we last raised this issue in the House has been deafening. So we must have an emergency debate today. Will the Premier commit to ensuring that this debate proceeds?
Yes. The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition knows what's going on in the country, that we do have a shortage of children medication, and as a result, when children get high fevers, they're going to the hospitals, and it's happening all across the country. Is the reason why we've been working collaboratively with the federal government to try to address this need for urgent medications so that people can get the care that they need in their home. We are also working with Dr. John Cowell, the Chief Administrator, to make sure that we are addressing the issue in the emergency rooms, and that includes children's services. And I'm glad that the union is working with us on doing that.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View is next.
Today I stand for Alberta's economic future, for new investment and good-paying jobs. One of the major job creation projects under our NDP government was the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, which to date has led to nearly 30,000 jobs. This game-changing project runs through British Columbia to Tidewater. Imagine the scenario where BC put in their own Sovereignty Act. No more Trans Mountain expansion, no access to Tidewater. How exactly does the Premier expect us to get our products to market if she cuts Alberta off from the rest of the country?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to work collaboratively with the federal government. I wish that they had worked with us on approving Northern Gateway, but the Leader of the Official Opposition opposed that. I wish that they had stood up for us when the Americans cancelled Keystone XL, but that was also another project that the Leader of the Opposition opposed as well. The reason why business investment is leaving our province is because of decisions being made by the federal government that is supported by the NDP and the Liberal NDP coalition that continues to chase investment out of our country. The reason why we need to put up a shield is so that we can attract that investment back.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers, the Calgary Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, venture capitalists. The list of groups and investors speaking out against the Job-Killing Sovereignty Act grows longer by the hour. Rather than addressing their concerns, the Premier decided to go on national television and call them liars. Can the Premier explain why she thinks it's a good strategy to insult the very Albertans and international investors who drive our economic growth?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I was at such an exciting event this morning. I don't understand why the NDP keeps on talking down our economy and keeps on talking down our business community, because WestJet has just announced the expansion of their direct flights, Barcelona, Rome, Paris, London, Dublin. This is the thing that is going to not only give us access to the world, but they're looking forward to using that as an access from the international community for investment here. One of the biggest things that they've done is they've now launched a direct flight to Tokyo, and I talked to the Consul General. He's really excited about ways in which we can have partnership to have more investment here.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Those aren't my words, Premier. They're the Chamber of Commerce. Longtime Calgary Herald columnist Don Braid wrote this morning that the Sovereignty Act might be the worst piece of legislation seen in this House since 1930. That was when the government of the day moved to imprison people who spoke out against them. This is generationally bad legislation, but this government wants us to trust them to use it judiciously. If this Premier wants to claim, contrary to the business community, that her act won't cost jobs, it is on her to prove it. Release the economic impact analysis today.
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, if we're just going to be trading quotes, let me give another quote. Keith Wilson, he said he has reviewed Bill 1. Bill 1 is moderate in scope and goals. You guys just quoted Don Braid, for heaven's sakes. Keith Wilson's at least a lawyer. The truth is Danielle Smith is standing up to Ottawa's anti-Alberta policies and it will encourage investment and more jobs in Alberta. The real issue here is Ottawa. I'm wondering when the official opposition is going to stand against Ottawa and start standing up for Albertans.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I sat down with Treaty 8 chiefs and staff who were deeply concerned about the job-killing, undemocratic Sovereignty Act. They asked me to relay their questions and concerns to the Premier directly. Grand Chief Noski wants to know, since this act gives your government the power to circumvent the federal government, the courts, and by extension treaty rights when the government deems it in the, quote, public interest. To the Premier, what guarantee do First Nations have that she will not bowl over their inherent rights for what she sees as public interest? Because it's clear that her definition of public interest does not include First Nations.
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our Indigenous Affairs Minister has been fielding calls from chiefs who are concerned. And the reason they're concerned, I think he's alleviated that. When you look at the bill asserts that everything we are going to do does not abrogate or derogate from any rights that are enumerated in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And if you read Section 35 of the Charter of Rights and
Order. The Premier has the right to answer the question just as you have the right to ask it. The Honourable the Premier.
And if you read the Section 35 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, it's very clear that Aboriginal and treaty rights, not even just existing treaty rights, but future land claims, are fully protected under the law. This is not about abrogating anyone else's rights. It's about asserting Alberta's.
For Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chief Rupert Minine of Tall Cree First Nation is well aware that this Premier is ignorant to the fact that First Nations are sovereign. From the extensive history of treaty signings with the British monarch to today, these treaties are essential and they're why Canada is a country. First Nations are not a subset of the Alberta government or just another stakeholder, but stewards of their own land. This means the Premier needs to seek consent when developing resources on First Nations land or changing environmental standards protecting their hunting and fishing rights. What will the Premier do when First Nations inevitably push back on her heavy-handed overreach?
The Honourable the Premier.
The Honourable honourable member is absolutely right. I mean, I don't think that there's going to be a single project that proceeds in this province anymore without an Indigenous partner. It's part of the reason why we have the Aboriginal or the Indigenous Opportunities Agency. It's part of the reason why, specifically in the bill and contemplating it, it said that it does not abrogate or take away from the charter rights represented in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I know that we are going to have a partnership of economic reconciliation with our First Nations, and as soon as we assert that we have the right to develop our resources, we are going to do that in partnership with our First Nations communities.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Grand Chief Arthur Noski pointed out that the Sovereignty Act is the second UCP bill that directly attacks First Nations. First was the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act, which passed in retaliation to First Nations protests fighting for their treaty rights, but never once used on the Coutts blockade. To the Premier, from Grand Chief Noski, do you have enough resources to arrest everyone in Treaty 8 using the Critical Infrastructure Act when they oppose the utilization of the Sovereignty Act?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, once again, the Sovereignty Act is about affirming First Nations rights, affirming Alberta's rights under the Constitution, and affirming the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. If you look at the throne speech and you look at all of my statements that I have made on economic corridors, it begins with reaching out
The Premier.
Our approach begins with reaching out a hand to our partners in the First Nations communities. We know that all of our future development is going to take place in partnership with First Nations. I commit to doing that, and I'm looking forward to meeting with all of the chiefs to make that point.
The honourable member for Calgary-Bennington is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Calgary-Bennington, families, seniors, and individuals on a fixed income are struggling due to inflation. But Justin Trudeau continues to double down on inflationary spending and his carbon tax increase rather than simply supporting everyday working Canadians. To the Minister of Affordability and Utilities, what is the government of Alberta doing to help everyday Albertans afford the heat and gas and to put the food on the table?
The Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we can't stop inflation, we can offer substantial relief thanks to our strong fiscal position. Our Affordability Action Plan provides households up to $900 in broad-based relief, including extended electricity rebates, protection from utility spikes this winter, 13.6 cents a litre off gas or diesel from January to June 2023, and additional targeted support, $600 over 6 months to families for each child, seniors, and vulnerable Albertans. Unlike the federal government and the members opposite who support increasing costs on families, we are making life more affordable.
The honourable member for Calgary-Bennington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that today affordability crisis has increased the cost of virtually all basic needs, including food, utility, and more, and given the thousands of Albertans rely on the social benefits such as age and the senior benefit, and given the Alberta's government announced this week that they would index this support increasing them by 6%. Can the Minister of Seniors, Communities and Social Service to tell the House what this increase will do to help those who rely on these programs?
Honourable the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 7 years ago, I had the opportunity of meeting with a mother in our community named Leah, who's the proud mother of Tasia. And 7 years ago, we sat down and talked about some of the challenges facing the disability community. Leah has sacrificed so much for her daughter to be able to be there for her. And one of the challenges that she brought up was slowly watching things become more and more affordable as age payments were not keeping up with inflation. So this announcement is going to have a great impact on not just Leah and Tasia, but so many others in the community, so that they can make sure that they can pay the bills and that that support is ongoing.
The honourable member for Calgary-Bennington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the ministers. Given that there are many Albertans struggling to afford today's inflated costs, especially those on fixed incomes, and given that our newly elected Premier directed that this payment be increased to address the affordability crisis, can the Minister of Seniors and Community and Social Service tell Albertans and the House about the when vulnerable and low-income individual will see this much-needed increase?
The Honourable the Minister of Seniors and Community and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, and to the member for that question. I know that she's out hitting the doors like I am, and just seeing story after story of constituents that are struggling with increases of cost of inflation. So this is urgent, and that's why I'm pleased to report for folks on AISH and income support, they will see a bump before Christmas, December 22nd. For our seniors, they're going to see a bump coming into January. So this relief is coming quick, and in addition to that, they're going to be receiving the $100 per month payment starting in January. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
In the weeks since the UCP government introduced the Sovereignty Act, opposition has been swift and fierce from the business community. The Calgary Chamber of Commerce, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, and the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers all say it will create uncertainty and drive away investment. When presented with this fact, the Premier lashed out and insulted the Calgary Chamber and just now CAP as well, instead of listening to them about the risks of this flawed legislation. So why is this government attacking the business community and business leaders instead of listening to them and shelving this job-killing Sovereignty Act?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are always going to stand up and fight for Albertans. That's what we're here for, and that's what we're going to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition applied for a job with Justin Trudeau. Now, I know up to this time he's always been a friend of the boss of the NDP, which is Jagmeet Singh in Ottawa, but I didn't really realize that she was applying for a job with the Prime Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, I think what she should do is think about this, stand up for Albertans, and quit following through with the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Given it isn't just the Sovereignty Act that the business community is opposed to. In fact, a recent survey by the Alberta Chamber of Commerce found their members are also opposed to a UCP plan to demolish our Canada Pension Plan retirement savings. And given that the government's own analysis showed that withdrawing from CPP would lead to $130 billion in unfunded liabilities, no wonder it is so deeply unpopular with Albertans of all backgrounds. Why is this government pushing ahead with this risky scheme that will increase costs and, like the Sovereignty Act, is also opposed by the business community?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're pushing ahead with is, in fact, doing the econometric work, the actuarial work, so Albertans can make an informed decision on the opportunities and risks of an Alberta pension plan. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite would have Albertans not make that choice, would have Albertans not privy to the information so they can make an informed view. Mr. Speaker, an Alberta pension plan holds great promise, not only for the business community, but for Albertans in general. We will be pleased to provide the report.
The Honourable Member.
Now, given that the Chamber of Commerce survey also showed business is opposed to the UCP plan for an Alberta police force and this new tax and revenue agency that will add 5,000 public servants, grow the bureaucracy by 20%, cost up to $500 million and result in all of us having to file our taxes twice. Oh, goody, people will love that. Will the UCP, anyone over there, commit to abandoning this ever-lengthening list of job-killing, red tape wrapping, unnecessary, embarrassing anti-business policies? Just commit to listening to business.
Order, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Lethbridge West is very animated today in the House. Mr. Speaker, I assert this. Why would we not investigate every opportunity to strengthen Alberta within the nation of Canada? That's what this investigation is about, Mr. Speaker, understanding the opportunities and risks, benefits and costs of an Alberta revenue agency, Mr. Speaker. We will do the work. We will inform Albertans. We will engage Albertans. Albertans ought to know.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert is next.
Albertans are struggling to keep up with the cost of groceries. CPI data shows that grocery increased 10% from last year, and it's only getting worse. According to the Food Price Guide 2022, groceries will increase almost an additional $1,000 for a family of four. With Alberta being the second worst province for wage growth, more and more Albertans are being forced to use their savings, credit cards they can't afford, or predatory lenders just to buy food. To the Premier, later today I'm tabling a motion that will help us make an Alberta-based solution for grocery prices. Simple question, will you support this motion?
The Honourable the Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that families are being hit hard by inflation and especially the increase in cost of groceries. The average family of four will pay approximately $15,000 in groceries over the next year. That's why we'll be providing $100 per month per child under 18 to families to help offset the increase in cost of groceries and other costs facing Albertans due to high inflation.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Given that food price reports showed that Albertans are facing the worst price increases in the country, and given that Alberta's grocery sector is arguably the least competitive in all of Canada, with only 2 large corporate grocers and the smallest per capita number of independent grocers, will the Premier support our call for a study into how to increase competition in the grocery industry in Alberta? This is something real we can do. We can help lower costs for Alberta families today. Will the Premier do this? Yes or no?
Will the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction.
Should be. The Competition Bureau has announced in October that they're currently investigating that. In fact, they're accepting submissions up until December 16th. I would encourage the honourable member to use her time valuably in the Legislative Assembly and focus on things that are important to Albertans, like affordability.
Order, the Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Perhaps the Minister should focus on the question, that is, people can't afford food. And given that increased cost of food hurts those living in poverty the most, and given that increases are pricing out many essential and nutritious items like pasta up 45%, margarine up 40%, rice up 14%, soup 18%, they're pricing it so that vulnerable Albertans are just missing meals. They can't afford food. And given that the large grocers are reporting massive earnings increases, including Loblaws, that is reporting $556 million in earnings and a 29% increase from last year. Premier, will you support the motion?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
We know that vulnerable Albertans and those on lower and often fixed incomes are being hit particularly hard by inflation and increased cost of living. That's why we moved quickly to announce the indexing of core support programs that vulnerable Albertans rely on and the Alberta Seniors Benefit. We also included all vulnerable Albertans and the vast majority of seniors on targeted inflation relief payments, which will provide $600 over the next 6 months to help offset the increased costs due to inflation.
The Honourable Member for Cypress, Medicine Hat, has a question.
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, United Conservative Party members passed a policy to restore a flat rate to provincial income taxes. Prior to this, from 2001 to 2015, our 10% provincial flat tax provided a fair method of taxing income, while in turn maintaining Alberta's position as the most free and prosperous province. To the Premier, do you agree that it is your government's duty to reflect democratically expressed wishes of UCP members to restore the Alberta advantage and continue to grow economic opportunities for all Albertans?
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance, the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no doubt that low taxes, Mr. Speaker, attract Canadians to the province of Alberta, and I'm pleased to report that right now Alberta's leading the nation on net interprovincial migration, Mr. Speaker. That's a good sign for the province, a good sign for our economy. But, Mr. Speaker, tax review and tax reform should be ongoing, Mr. Speaker. When the members opposite took office and led the government in 2015, Mr. Speaker, they raised taxes on corporations and individuals, sent billions of dollars of investment packing along with thousands of Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Cypress, Medicine Hat.
Given that the Alberta government's annual oil and gas royalties are now projected at $28 billion, and given that historically Alberta's flat tax increased our province's competitiveness and domestic investment, and given that the flat tax also attracted hundreds of thousands of people through international and interprovincial migration, and given that Albertans are looking to restore our status as the freest and most prosperous place to live, again to the Premier, when are you going to recognize that Albertans own the revenue from oil and gas resources and need more financial freedom and financial opportunity?
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government does recognize that Albertans own the resource. That's reflected in our policy to suspend the fuel tax when energy prices rise, Mr. Speaker. Our revenues as a province are not compromised. Albertans can benefit from an owned resource. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important to periodically review the appropriateness and efficiency of our revenue structure. I would suggest that time is coming near because, Mr. Speaker, income taxes are a detriment, are a disincentive to productivity. Mr. Speaker, they should be as low as possible.
The honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Given that implementing a flat tax results in less legal tax avoidance and better tax planning outcomes for Alberta families, and given that UCP members, as far back as 2018, have asked for a flat tax to be implemented to make Alberta the freest and most prosperous place in Canada, and now, given the Fraser Institute reports that Alberta has dropped from 1st to 47th place on the North American Economic Freedom Index since the removal of our flat tax, again to the Premier, is there actually a plan to reduce taxes and give Albertans more financial freedom?
Honourable the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, appreciate the questioning, the assertion in the member from Cypress Medicine Hat, and the importance of keeping taxes as low as possible. Mr. Speaker, again, on the record, I'm in favor of a review of our revenue structure to ensure that it's most efficient, Mr. Speaker, most appropriate. That time is coming very soon. I want to tell the House a story. When the members opposite, the NDP, took office, they jacked up corporate income tax rates and collected less. Mr. Speaker, we dropped those corporate rates by 1/3, and we're collecting billions more per year.
Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the firefighters who battled the 2016 Horse River wildfire in Fort McMurray are true Alberta heroes. Day after day, they worked in Fort McMurray to protect homes and infrastructure, in many cases without the necessary protective equipment or access to showers. They did this work from evacuation to re-entry. Now these same heroes are fighting to receive coverage for injuries they sustained, including recent cancer diagnosis. Will the minister responsible for WCB please tell this Assembly if they support ensuring these heroes get the compensation they deserve?
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is a leader in the country on presumptive care under WCB. The NDP don't seem to understand how presumptive coverage currently works in Alberta. The firefighters that worked for us and continue to work for us to save Fort McMurray and other places on a day-to-day basis already qualify for presumptive coverage on job-related cancers and presumptive coverage on mental health. Mr. Speaker, how it works is it's a fast track, and when we find the evidence that backs it up, we cover it, and that's what we're here for, to make sure that Albertans and Alberta firefighters and EMS have the coverage they need.
Exactly. Hear, hear.
Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, given I don't think the minister understands how latency period works, given I don't think the minister is aware that there is a Leduc firefighter currently going through the appeal process because he fought in Fort McMurray, has cancer, and is now not able to get the coverage he needs, and given that earlier I was proud to stand with the Leader of the Official Opposition at the Alberta Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association to commit to increasing presumptive cancer coverage and removing the latency period for firefighters who fought in the Horse River fires, does the minister support the commitment made by the minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition today?
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, it's just like the NDP to promise things that have already been done and done by this government. I'm proud of the work this government's done, Mr. Speaker, but in this particular case, if there's an issue, I'd be happy to hear from the member in relation to that and sit down with her and talk to about that, Mr. Speaker, because clearly this is an issue that has to be based on evidence. It has to be based on what's best for the firefighters, for the emergency service personnel, and the people of Alberta.
Well, member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, given that it's incumbent on this minister to listen, Alberta does not have the most forward-thinking presumptive coverage anymore. It used to under the NDP. It doesn't under the UCP. Given university studies on 1,200 firefighters have shown chronic issues, and given that without changes to presumptive coverage, removing those latency periods, firefighters not only will have to fight cancer, they will have to fight for help. Will the Minister of Jobs join the NDP in committing to providing peace of mind to the Fort McMurray firefighters and all of the firefighters across Alberta who fought in that wildfire and help them now?
Hear, hear. The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Northern
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member was listening, but if she has a particular case that she wants to talk to me about, number of cases that she wants to talk about, I'm more than happy. My office door is always open. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a balance. And as we find more evidence that suggests that cancers are caused by this fire or other fires or other happenings on the job, we will cover those, Mr. Speaker. It's evidence-based, and it must be evidence-based because that's in the best interest of firefighters and emergency personnel. It's also in the best interest of Albertans.
The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
The new Premier has stated that she's, quote, open to revisiting construction of the Springbank Dam. That dam is a solution to preventing another catastrophic flood in Calgary when the last one caused $5 billion in damages, killed 5 people, and resulted in the evacuation of 80,000 residents. It's absurd to suggest that such a complex project should go back to square one. To the Premier's new adjutant, the backbencher, who is now Deputy Premier and Minister of Infrastructure, has the boss been briefed yet? And is she still in favour of revisiting the Springbank project?
The Honourable the Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the solution that we need for flood protection in Calgary is on the Bow River. I think that the ministers and the government did a good job of getting to the finish line finally on the Springbank Dam. Might not have been my first option, but it's now at a point where it's too far gone to retract. And so I think the bigger issue now is how do we make sure that we get greater flood protection on the Bow so that we can not only do water management and irrigation, also hydroelectric power and new recreation opportunities, and that's what I'll be looking at.
The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Given that it's impossible to know where this government stands, they say one thing one day, something else the next, and given that the Premier went on at length about how the Springbank Dam was a missed opportunity and the wrong project to protect Calgary because she talked to someone on a radio show, and given flood protection is critical for the economic security of Calgary and downstream communities, can the Deputy Premier, the Premier's most trusted advisor, please explain exactly what his boss thinks is wrong with the Springbank project and why Calgary doesn't deserve flood protection right now?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a little rich coming from the NDP saying that it's impossible to know what this government is doing with Springbank because construction's already underway. They're working on it right now. So I'd encourage the member to actually go down to Calgary to see it with his own eyes, and that this is a very important project for the City of Calgary. We're committed to making sure that flood mitigation for the City of Calgary is in place so we would never see the repeat of a 2013 flood incident like we did around Calgary.
Honourable member.
Thanks for demonstrating you're not listening. Given that the Springbank Dam is a huge and complex project already under construction, and given that this project was subject to both provincial and federal reviews over 8 years through 3 governments, and given that this project was deemed essential and in the public interest, to the Premier's most essential ally, the Deputy Premier and Minister of Infrastructure, has he explained to his boss why she was wrong and why the project is essential to protect Calgary?
The Honourable the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors.
I'll slow down, Mr. Speaker, and I will ensure the Minister that I was listening to his question, but it's just a little absurd. But there's about 3,700 acres near Calgary that is for the Springbank Dam. All the money is committed to the Springbank Dam. We're committed to building it. We are building it currently right now. So the fact that the member is, again, doing the classic NDP fear and smear to say that something isn't happening when it actually is, I would say go there, see it with your own eyes.
Honourable member for Calgary Falconridge.
Mr. Speaker, according to the data gathered by the City of Calgary, my constituents in Calgary Falconridge have been suffering from a high crime rate when compared to the rest of the city. This problem extends throughout the rest of Northeast Calgary as well. To the Minister, what are the main factors that contribute to this higher level of crime, and what steps your department is taking to ensure public safety at and around in Calgary Northeast?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for that question. You know, there are a number of contributing factors, of course, that people face when it comes to crime. I can tell you that substance use disorder is certainly one of those. And unfortunately, when you have an addiction, it makes people do things that they don't normally do. And that's why this government has taken unprecedented action in helping people with substance use disorders. That includes the 8,000 spaces, and that includes no fees for people in order to get the help that they need. So this government is taking action, and we're proud of the work that we're doing.
Here. Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconridge.
Thank you, Minister. Given the high levels of crime that have impact on my constituents, it is clear that more people are being pushed towards committing criminal activity for a variety of reasons. For example, gun violence in Calgary is on the rise. In the first 4 months of 2020 alone, there were 54 shootings in the city and 26 happened in Calgary Northeast. Can the minister explain why this kind of criminal acts of gun violence are increasing in Calgary Northeast?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. According to statistics from the Calgary Police Service, thefts, break-and-enters, and assaults are consistently the top 3 crimes committed, and this is a trend that is consistent actually in Northeast Calgary, Mr. Speaker. You know, we're going to continue to work with our law enforcement community. We're going to partner with them. We're going to ensure that the communities are protected. We're going to make sure that they have the resources that they need. And, Mr. Speaker, we're diligently working to protect Albertans when it comes to public safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Falconridge.
Thank you to the Minister and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the factors that are behind this increase in crime and given the nature of the crimes that are being committed more and more, and given the negative economic conditions when combined with increased crimes make the lives of my constituents more difficult. To the same Minister, what strategy is in place to ensure public safety and lower crime rates in Calgary Northeast?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to that member for that question. You know, we've made significant steps to improve public safety. I can tell you that there's been a $15 million increase over 5 years to ALERT to address organized crime, serious crimes, including gang violence, drug trafficking, child exploitation, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, had the additional 8,000 addiction treatment spaces, which is a step forward to addressing people with substance use disorders, Mr. Speaker. Also, $20 million over 4 years to expand drug treatments course, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the steps that we're taking to help reduce crime within the city of Calgary. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
A lot has happened lately in this province, and it's sure hard to follow all the wild things this UCP government has done. In fact, it's easy to forget. But the women of this province won't forget. They won't forget that it was only 3 months ago that the UCP awarded a prize to an explicitly racist and sexist essay. They won't forget that it's women who've been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and that it's women-dominated professions like nursing and teaching that have been attacked by the UCP time and time again. So to the Premier, why do you feel that the women of Alberta don't deserve a voice? Why was one of your first moves to eliminate the status of women ministry? Asking for 2 million or so Albertans.
The Honourable Minister of Culture.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. This government is committed to support women in this province. We're proud women in this province excel everywhere, including economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, despite we don't have another associate minister for that, but my ministry has full mandate for that. On top of that, we have a leader in our caucus, Honourable Fur, that is also the parliamentary secretary for Status Women. Mr. Speaker, we have a team working on this.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Wow. Given that Alberta women were intrigued, to say the least, that it was this man who holds the position of Minister of Culture who represented all of us women at the meeting of Status of Women Ministers in Nova Scotia last month, and given that the priorities discussed at the meeting included addressing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ people, a COVID-19 recovery plan, and women's leadership, can the minister outline the next steps his government will be taking to address these key issues related to women in Alberta? And please be very specific.
Yes, please. The Honourable the Minister of Culture.
Mr. Speaker, I was very proud to be the minister in charge of Status Women, attended national conference.
The member asked a question of which I could hear, and I'm hoping to be able to hear the answer. The Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very proud to attend the National Conference for Status Women. As one of the few male ministers, let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker, we have arrived to a best practice recognition that nowadays Not only we need women to help women, we need boys and men to defend for women in our province. I was very proud to participate in that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Given that historically one of the key roles of a Status of Women ministry is to ensure that sexual violence, harassment and discrimination of all forms is addressed and that action plans are put into place. And we, as legislators, we have a role to call this out even when it's related to other politicians. And given that Calgary City Councillor Sean Chu has engaged in deeply troubling behaviour on multiple fronts, and there is authority under the Act to remove him from office, will the Minister of Culture today demand the removal of Sean Chu? And if he won't, will anyone over there stand up and do the right thing?
The Honourable the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I do want to say that violence of all kinds, especially violence against women, and most especially sexual violence against a minor, is both unacceptable and against the law. These are exceptionally serious allegations, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell this House, Mr. Speaker, is the Mayor has made a formal request to review this case, which, because of its nature, Mr. Speaker, has been directed to the Ministries of Justice and Public Safety. They will review the 1997 Calgary Police Commission's complaint file review to determine whether any further action should be taken.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary, Bular-McCall, has a question.
Southern Alberta was held hostage earlier this year by an illegal blockade that cost our economy millions and disrupted Albertans' lives. The member from Tabor-Warner even went to that illegal blockade. For months, these blockaders trained and stockpiled weapons and ammunition to fulfill an evil plot to murder members of law enforcement. Will the Premier join me today in publicly condemning that evil plot and thanking the RCMP for their work in ending it?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I will just say this, is that any sort of illegal blockade is not accepted and something that should not and will not be tolerated. I can tell you that this government is committed to working with our local law enforcement officers to make sure that we keep the public safe.
Well, the member for Calgary, Bular-McCall.
Given that this group had 2 pipe bombs, 36,000 rounds of ammunition, gas masks, and firearms for their plot to murder the members of the RCMP, and given that these plotters made horrible claims and statements about how they believe that the member of the police should die, with one of the plotters being described as hitman, will the Premier join me in condemning that illegal blockade and its violent nature?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure, as the member knows, I mean, this is a matter that is currently before the courts right now in the Lethbridge area. I can tell you that we have been in contact with folks in the RCMP and the local municipalities in the Lethbridge area to make sure that they have the necessary resources and supports for our law enforcement community to make sure that justice is being served throughout the courts.
Given that there have been groups advocating for the amnesty and forgiveness of those charged with violating public health orders during the pandemic, with the Premier being one of them, and given that the serious nature of the crime of those arrested with explosives and firearms plotting the murder of members of the law enforcement means they should not be included in any discussion of any amnesty. Will the Premier join me today in condemning these plotters, those who supported their plans, and say unequivocally that they should face the full consequences of their actions?
The Honourable the Minister of Public Services and...
Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite should take yes for an answer. We do not support criminal behavior, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that those individuals have been charged, that is currently going through the court process, and we will allow the courts to take place. This is a matter before the courts, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For Sherwood Park.
Congratulations to the Minister of Health on recently ratifying a 4-year agreement with Alberta doctors. This will bring about improved comprehensive care, greater efficiency of the healthcare system, reduction in surgical wait times, and increased access to timely emergency medical services, among many other benefits to Albertans. To the Minister of Health, please tell the House what other initiatives you will be implementing over the coming months to ensure a more sustainable, efficient, and stable public health care system right here in Alberta.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely proud of the Alberta Medical Association agreement that was reached, and it was reached with an overwhelming percentage of support on this agreement. And this agreement provides doctors with stable and predictable funding while recognizing their dedicated service to Albertans. This agreement does help stabilize the healthcare system and will assist us to focus on other areas of concern, like attracting and retaining more doctors right here in Alberta. I'm looking forward to more announcements on how we will accomplish this in the coming weeks.
Well, member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that our government is dedicated to improving access to health care and increase efficiency, and given that our government appointed an administrator to AHS to ensure this happens as swiftly as possible, can the Minister of Health please tell this House how this administrator is already improving the efficiency and stability of our healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thanks again to the honourable member for the question, Mr. Speaker. In November, the Premier and I appointed a full-time administrator, Dr. John Cowell, replacing a part-time board, and asked him to focus on key issues facing Alberta Health Services. As the official administrator, Dr. Cowell's efficient, effective, and decisive leadership will be focused on improving EMS response times, decreasing emergency room wait times, reducing surgical wait times, and developing long-term reforms through consultation with frontline workers and other key stakeholders to drive down decision-making. I'll be looking forward to providing the results of that in the coming weeks.
Member.
Thank you. Given that demand for healthcare services in Alberta continues to grow, and given that the creation of more IV therapy rooms would help provide better and more timely services for Albertans, can the Minister of Health please update the House on the status of the $1.5 million IV therapy room investment in the Strathcona Community Hospital, and what is the estimated timeline of construction?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite. His continued focus on representing his constituents is greatly appreciated. The current designated space in the Strathcona Community Hospital administered nearly 10,000 treatments in 2021 alone. So I'm happy to report to this House that the construction of a new dedicated space is set for early 2023 with an estimated completion date near the end of next year. The Strathcona Community Hospital Foundation is currently undergoing a campaign to raise $250,000 to support this project, and my understanding that they're well on their way, and I look forward to it being opened next year.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue to the remainder of the routine.
By standing in special committees.
Peace River.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our committee chair and as deputy chair, the Select Special Ombudsman Public Interest Commissioner Search Committee, I'm honored to table the committee's final report recommending the appointment of Kevin Brzezinski as both the Ombudsman and the Public Interest Commissioner for a 5-year term commencing on December 30th of this year.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 12, sponsored by myself. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly A concur in the report of the Select Special Ombudsman and Public Interest Commissioner Search Committee tabled on December 5th, 2022, Sessional Paper 1722, and B, recommend that the Lieutenant Governor in Council that Kevin Brzezinski be appointed as Ombudsman and Public Interest Commissioner for the Province of Alberta for a 5-year term commencing on December 30th, 2022.
Government House Leader, do you have another motion to table?
Indeed I do, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
I also rise to give oral notice of Government Motion 13, sponsored by myself. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 1, Alberta Sovereignty Within the United Canada Act, is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in second reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith.
Or Edmonton City Centre has a notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice that at the appropriate time under Standing Order 42, I intend to move the following motion. Be it resolved, the Legislative Assembly, A, acknowledge the adverse impact on families with children receiving pediatric respite health care services at the Rotary Flames House by pausing care in an attempt to meet the rising unmet patient needs at Alberta's Children's Hospital. And B, urge the government to immediately table an action plan that will, in an expeditious manner, ensure that these pediatric respite health care services are fully resumed at the Rotary Flames House.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request leave to introduce a bill being the Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act 2022, which is proposed to amend 3 different pieces of legislation under Justice and Service Alberta to abolish adverse possession. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Minister of Justice has moved first reading of Bill 3, Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act 2022. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 3, Property Rights Statutes Amendment Act 2022 is now read a first time.
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to introduce Bill 4, the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act 2022, for the first reading this afternoon. First and foremost, I want to sincerely thank Alberta's physicians and all healthcare providers for the tremendous and tireless work that they're doing, particularly through the pandemic over the last 2.5 years. Alberta's healthcare system is under unprecedented pressure, and I acknowledge the stressing that physicians have been facing. I am confident that our new agreement with the Alberta Medical Association will stabilize the health system, target areas of concern, and support Albertans' healthcare needs. Part of this new agreement is the government's commitment to repeal Section 40.2 of the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Act. This section of the Act allows the government to terminate compensation-related agreements. If it passes, Bill 4 will repeal the government's ability to terminate its agreement with the Alberta Medical Association. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move first reading of Bill 4. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Minister of Health has moved first reading of Bill 4, Alberta Health Care Insurance Amendment Act 2022. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 4, Alberta Health Care Insurance Amendment Act 2022 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
For Edmonton Glenora.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to table the requisite number of copies of the playbill from the very first running of a play at the Roxy Theatre, which has reopened. Thank goodness we were able to fund that project when we were in government. And one of the things that I think from the playbill is of particular interest to members of this House is that Ian Jackson, who's usually the photographer who stands in that corner on important legislative days, is the production designer for the play, and it's a gorgeous play. You should all take a chance to see it. There's 6 days left in the run.
Honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, I have 5 copies of an article written by Don Braid. The title of the article is Dictatorial, Unworkable Sovereignty Act May Be the Worst Legislation in Alberta History. And I think it's summarized well by its conclusion. This bill is a complete mess that makes Alberta look ridiculous. It seriously erodes Albertans' own democratic rights with little prospect of doing any good.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table the requisite number of copies of a document from the Globe and Mail entitled "The Sovereignty Act is a Silly Political Dare Written in Crayon." And the article goes on to wonder if the amendments will make the bill simply bizarre and unconstitutional rather than bizarre, unconstitutional, and outrageously undemocratic.
Are there others? Seeing none. Oh, do you have a tabling? Sorry, the Honourable Member for Athabasca Barhead Westlock.
Speaker, upon returning home last weekend, I found in my mail a letter from the Western Canadian wheat growers, and with concerns over food shortages caused from fertilizer emissions reductions. The Trudeau government has committed Canada to reduce its fertilizer emissions by 30%. Agriculture is the cornerstone of food security in Canada, and arbitrary reductions in emissions will come at the cost of reduced output of food and higher prices, which could lead to extreme unintended consequences. Not my words, but words from the Western Canadian wheat growers. I would encourage all members to read and enjoy.
Or others? Seeing none. Corrections. I do have 6 copies of the page biographies for the fall sitting 2022 fourth session of the 30th legislature. Thank you. The clerk.
Tablings to the clerk.
Honorable members, at the appropriate time, the honorable member for Edmonton City Centre rose on a standing order 42. He has up to 5 minutes to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to SO 42 to request that the ordinary business of the Legislative Assembly be adjourned to debate a motion that is urgent and pressing, and which I read under notices of motions. I'd like to acknowledge that pursuant to SO 42, I have provided the members of this Assembly with the appropriate number of copies, and I provided your office notice of my intention to move this motion as well as notified the government. Mr. Speaker, it's our duty as representatives in this Assembly to address the urgent crisis in children's health care, which is now even worse because of the Children's Hospice, the Rotary Flames House, needing to pause some of its essential services. I can think of nothing more urgent or no greater emergency that the province is facing at this moment compared to the state of children's health care. News broke about the Rotary Flames House on Friday, and I've been hearing from families about the impact of this since then. The hospice provides palliative care services for children with life-limiting illnesses. They also provide grief and bereavement support for parents and siblings. The Rotary Flames House is an important place for families who are facing such difficult circumstances, and it's absolutely tragic that staff and services are being diverted as we near the holidays. We should not be in a place where staff and resources are being pulled away from a children's hospice. This should be the most urgent matter, not only of the Premier and Health Minister, but every single member in this chamber. What are we doing here if we are not even providing children of this province with stable health care? The past president of the Canadian Medical Association, Catherine Smart, has said that this state of children's care shows the entirety of our health care system is on a knife's edge. Dr. Edward Less has been at the Alberta...
My apologies, member. If we can just grab the copies, quickly pass to the page they'll distribute. My apologies for the interruption.
No trouble, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Edward Less has been at the Alberta Children's Hospital as an emergency physician since 2004 and says he has never seen a situation this bad. Last week, the UCP refused to debate my colleague, the member for Edmonton Whitemud's emergency motion to address children's health following a shortage of pediatric medication and the building of a trailer to extend the size of the Alberta Children's Hospital's waiting room. We were joined by a mother whose child has needed to spend significant amounts of time at the Edmonton Stollery due to needing 2 heart transplants. And she said that she has heard how playrooms are being used as patient rooms. Elective surgeries are being canceled. Kids needing cardiac care are waiting for transfer, and teens needing ICU care are most likely going to adult care. I wondered then why the UCP did not see the urgency of this issue, and I was frankly angered when I heard about this pausing of services at the Rotary Flames House. Nothing is more important than children's health. Yet the UCP are far more focused on an economically destructive sovereignty act, or as the Minister of Finance outlined today, spending time, dollars, resources on forcing Albertans to accept policies they don't even want. I hope the UCP spent some time over the weekend thinking about what Albertans actually want and learning more about the children's health crisis and maybe speaking to some of these families who are impacted by it. Columnist Don Braid wrote that Sovereignty Act is a complete mess that makes Alberta look ridiculous. It seriously erodes Albertans' own democratic rights with little prospect of doing any good, when the Premier and her cabinet should ditch that act, turn their full attention to the things that really need it, like children's health care crisis, for one. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree with Mr. Braid more. And I hope all the members of this chamber will agree with me in the need of this problem to be addressed and for this government to provide a clear plan of specific action on how service at the Children's Hospice and the Rotary Flames House will be fully resumed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 42 allots up to 5 minutes for a member of Executive Council to respond to the request. It seems to me like the Minister of Health is rising.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for raising this important issue. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated last week, our government recognizes that there's challenges in our healthcare system, and we recognize there's challenges in our pediatric healthcare system. This is a challenge that is not unique to Alberta. As noted earlier today, there's similar challenges being faced at sick kids hospitals across the entire country. The sick kids in Toronto recently ramped down surgery by 40%. Sick kids and others are redeploying staff internally, just like what we're doing in the Alberta's Children's Hospital in Calgary. The CHEO in Hamilton has called nurses from the Red Cross, and the BC Children of Vancouver recently called a code orange, a disaster alert, to allow measures like reassigning staff as needed. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action. It's a challenging time as we're going through the flu season. We have COVID, we have RSV, and that is why AHS made the difficult decision to be able to temporarily pause the Rotary House respite care in Calgary to reassign some of those nurses, Mr. Speaker, and other staff to take care of very sick kids who are being admitted through the emergency at the Alberta Children's Hospital. But just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, all other services at RFH are continuing, including the end-of-life care, bereavement support, and also the ASSIST program. And Mr. Speaker, AHS is taking these steps for the same reasons as other children's hospitals across Canada, all struggling to cope. But Mr. Speaker, we do have a plan, and as I indicated last week, we are implementing that plan. You know, that plan includes improving access across the entire system. We are spending a record $22 billion in our health budget this year. The highest level ever, and COVID response and surgeries is on top of that, and we're adding another $1.2 billion over the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, we are rebuilding our healthcare workforce. AHS is hiring people and expanding their workforce. 1,800 more RNs than before COVID, 300 more paramedics. We also have over 100 more nurse practitioners working in Alberta today, and quite frankly, we also have 400 more physicians when we look from December 31st of 2019 to September 30th of this year. We have new collective agreements with competitive pay for all the major staff groups. As I spoke earlier, Mr. Speaker, we have a new AMA agreement, which actually provides stability, partnership, and innovation to attract and retain doctors. We have more internationally trained nurses and doctors working to get their licenses and come into the province. And Mr. Speaker, we're investing for the long term. Over $30 million announced in May to add 2,600 seats and training programs for nurses, paramedics, and other allied health professionals. So, Mr. Speaker, we are taking action. We're also adding capacity across the system in terms from EMS to emergency to continuing care to improve the flow. And, Mr. Speaker, we recently appointed an official administrator to focus specifically on the issues of access times in emergency departments, including in terms of the Children's Hospital. And as an example of this, most recently at the Alberta Children's Hospital, we have added additional capacity for treatment. They've opened a new fast-track area for patients with less serious conditions, and they're working with staff to other areas of care at times to get the rest of patients be able to build the capacity through the entire system. The heated trailer at Alberta's Children's Hospital Emergency Department is a proactive step, and it will allow for a safe, warm place for patients who don't require immediate care to wait. So, Mr. Speaker, we're doing all of this. We are taking action, and we'll continue to take more action. And I look forward to announcing more of what we're doing in the weeks ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, at this time, we do not need an emergency debate. We are focused on this issue. We've put the resources behind to solve this issue, and we'll continue to work on this to be able to provide Albertans with care they need when they need it.
Honourable members, Standing Order 42 is a request for unanimous consent to set aside the daily business of the Assembly to proceed immediately to the moved motion, in this case by the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. As being a request for unanimous consent, I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed to providing unanimous consent? If so, indicate now. No. Unanimous consent has not been granted. We are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Bills and orders other than government bills and orders for second reading. Bill 201, Public Healthcare Delivery Standards Act. Honourable Ms. Notley.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding that very disappointing decision by the government members to downplay the significance of the crisis being felt here in Alberta, and to negate the opportunity for all members to have a wide-ranging discussion about the nature of that emergency, I am pleased to be able to rise to speak on second reading to Bill 201, the Public Healthcare Delivery Standards Act, as it is, of course, quite timely in relation to the crisis that we were just discussing. And I will say that it can be a crisis even if there are things going on in other provinces, Mr. Speaker, strangely. It doesn't negate the level of crisis and emergency being experienced by the parents of young children here in Alberta, particularly when there is so much silence and lack of guidance coming from this government in both the public health and education sectors. Anyway, so there is a crisis across the province, and Bill 201 is designed, I'm very proud that it is our first bill as an opposition caucus to address, to start the work of addressing this crisis and to establish standards so that Albertans can have clear expectations of their healthcare system and can have a line of sight to what is or isn't happening and to hold their elected representatives accountable. It requires the government to meet these standards and is guided by the principle of Albertans having a fundamental right to access public health care. Delivery standards, as described in the bill, would be delivered or would be established by the Health Quality Council of Alberta as a result of consultation with patients, healthcare providers, and post-secondary institutions, Indigenous communities, and others. To make my point on why this bill is needed and why I was motivated to write it, I just want to speak just a little bit about the current state of healthcare, and I thank the member for Edmonton Centre for trying so valiantly to give all members of this House the opportunity to engage in that conversation. When it comes to primary care, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of thousands of Albertans do not have access to a family doctor or any primary care provider right now. And those who do have a doctor still find it too difficult to even access that doctor. They phone, and it still takes months in order to get an appointment. In fact, Angus Reid recently did polling that said that 30% of Albertans who have a doctor still struggle with getting access to that doctor. These problems in primary care are significantly worse now because of this UCP government's combative approach with doctors. Now, I know the UCP are trying to give themselves, and the government's trying to give itself, a pat on the back for the fact that they finally introduced a piece of legislation that theoretically will keep them from ever tearing up a master agreement with doctors again. But of course, that's as easy as passing a new piece of legislation after the election, just like what happened last time when they promised to respect everybody and respect public health care, and then one of the first things they did was they passed legislation that allowed them to arbitrarily rip up the deal with doctors. So to be clear, you know, I have to, in case they aren't already aware, this particular bill is not restoring a whole bunch of trust amongst physicians. Nonetheless, the fact that that happened, the fact that we have that very, very toxic history with the physicians in the province of Alberta as generated by this government's behavior towards them over the last 3.5 years, that has taken a challenge with accessing primary care and amped it up and elevated it considerably across the province, and Alberta families are paying the price. So Bill 201 names primary care as a place where the health delivery standards need to be named, identified, and then tracked. Public data on primary care right now is very limited in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, and it is clear that there needs to be a plan in primary care to address the harm of the UCP's war on doctors. For instance, Ontario's Health Quality Council reports the percentage of patients who are attached to a primary care provider, and they also report the percentage of people who can get a day or get a day of or next day appointment with said primary care provider. So this kind of reporting and accountability that is being proposed by the Alberta Official Opposition NDP's first bill of this session it takes good ideas from other jurisdictions and puts them into place on behalf of the people of Alberta who are so desperately looking for improvements to their health care. So I'd also like to talk about another area that the bill would cover and address in terms of ensuring improvements. It would also ensure that we have greater reporting around standards and the meeting of standards within emergency departments and emergency care. Now, obviously, getting timely access to emergency care in and of itself is critically important for all Albertans. Even if you're not one of those people rushing off to ER, I don't think there's a person in this room who doesn't know somebody who has had to rush to the ER at one point or another, and you're deeply grateful that that ER was there and the service was there when they needed it. But even and above that, the ER is kind of the canary in the coal mine. And so we are at this desperate state of affairs with respect to our emergency room healthcare provision. And it demonstrates other challenges that exist in this system as led by the UCP. Now, I've already, of course, identified the challenge with respect to access to primary care. But we also have challenges with respect to mental health care. And really, we do not have any kind of substantive efforts but on the part of this government to expand public access. Rather, mental health care continues to reside primarily in the privately funded field, and as a result, most Albertans cannot access it when and where they need it. That's why our caucus has a proposal to remedy that problem. It also shows where public preventative health is falling short. That's another thing that comes up in our ERs when we fail to get the job done. So as I mentioned in question period today, Madam Speaker, we just saw the Chief Medical Officer of Health and her assistant or specialist in pediatric care speak to the media for about an hour or more this morning, talking about the value of getting pediatric vaccines and also talking about the value of masking in certain areas, not mandating in either way, shape, or form, but just giving good, solid public education. Meanwhile, what do we have here in Alberta? We have a voluntary Chief Medical Officer of Health, and we have a vaccine hostile premier, and we also apparently have the highest COVID infections in the country. So this all comes together, and where do we see that manifesting itself? In the crisis in our emergency rooms right now. So those are just some of the examples of where in our ER, as you can see, when other parts of the system are starting to fall apart, it shows up within the emergency room. And that's why we need to bring into effect this bill, which would clarify not only the standards that need to be reported, but also the accountability of the government for addressing and reducing wait times and increasing the ability of our health system to meet those standards. So what we know right now is, as we've already talked about, is the Alberta Children's Hospital has had to add a temporary trailer to the hospital to extend the size of the waiting room. The minister talked about that as a good thing. I would argue it's probably not. We know that staff from the Royal Flames House of Pediatric Hospice had to be redeployed to the Alberta Children's Hospital, we know that respite patients have had to be discharged, which we know is deeply heartbreaking and destabilizing for families and very, very medically fragile children. We know that emergency rooms all across the province are experiencing longer wait times. Many Albertans are waiting over 20 hours to get into the ER, sometimes laying on the floor while they do so. These pressures also mean that care sometimes has to take place in the hallway, in the ambulance bay, or in the parking lot. On April 25th, we saw 14 ambulances waiting outside the hospital in Red Deer to offload patients. Parking lot medicine is not acceptable, and this must be a call to action from this government. And Madam Speaker, I remember raising these issues 18 months ago, and at that point, the answer of the then health minister was to tell us there was no problem. And we cannot be in a situation where the depth and breadth of the emergency is exploding onto the front pages of our media before the government feels remotely compelled to do anything about it. It is clear emergency rooms are not working, and the government needs to provide Albertans with a clear set of directions and actions on how they are going to react to this in the long term. Albertans continue to reach out to me and my colleagues in the NDP about the state of emergency rooms each day. They want to see action. And healthcare workers in emergency departments are doing all they can right now, and my heart and my gratitude goes out to them, but they actually need a government that will work with them so that they have the resources necessary to get the job done. Now, emergency medical services is another area where we are looking for more detailed reporting in terms of the healthcare delivery standards that Albertans can rely on. I know all members of this chamber know the current strain on EMS. This is another area where some data is tracked and reported, and it shows that the length of response times have increased. But there are actually also other crucial pieces of information which are reported publicly, and Albertans only know about them, which are not reported publicly as a standard way of doing business. And the only reason we know about them and the only reason they are part of the public conversation on this is because it's been foiped by members of the opposition or journalists. That's not the way we should be managing these things, Madam Speaker. These include instances of red alerts where no ambulances are available to respond to a call. Red alerts have increased by 10 times in the city of Calgary and Edmonton from January 2019 to January of 2022. 10 times, Madam Speaker. No wonder the UCP wanted to keep that one and that data away from the public. But that doesn't help Albertans by keeping it secret. Sooner or later, we talk amongst ourselves, and we know our government needs to do better. Instances of urgent disconnect, where call volumes are so high that the dispatcher cannot stay on the line, have also increased significantly from 2019 to 2022. In July 2019, they had 88 urgent disconnects, while in July 2021, Madam Speaker, 696. Wow. That is almost a tenfold increase. This means that when someone has dialed 911 as an explaining an emergency, the call is just cut off with no explanation. So this means that we're seeing people also spending more time out of their communities, or the ambulance are spending more time out of their communities and being drawn into Edmonton and Calgary. And I know there are many MLAs in this room who are not necessarily members of our caucus, but who are proud representatives of rural Alberta. And they must be hearing from their own citizens about the frustrations that this practice causes. Why aren't we having a more open and democratic conversation about that? So surgeries, pressures on the health system have led to significant delays in surgeries, and there too we need better reporting and better through lines of accountability. I know the UCP came up with their Alberta Surgical Initiative, which is, their plan to increase the number of private surgical locations, and that at this point I think they're at about a 50% increase. But the fact of the matter is that what we're really seeing from the online data is that more and more surgeries are not happening in the appropriate time frames. For instance, the percentage of cancer surgeries being done in target time frames have dropped by 10% since the Alberta Surgical Initiative was formed. And through a FOIP, we've learned that the UCP are missing surgery targets within the public system by 37,000 surgeries in one given year. Why did we have to FOIP that, Madam Speaker? The delay is not inevitable, but at a time when you have a crisis in frontline healthcare providers and human resources, creating a whole second system and then pulling people out of one system to put them into another system is the exact opposite of effective. And there is a straight line from the delay in essential surgeries to the lagging and private procurement practices of this government. They're expanding the private system while their mismanagement of healthcare is causing the public system to not be used to its full capacity. That's why Bill 201 also sets out principles of public healthcare to guide both the setting of delivery standards as well as the funding of them. Now, I've discussed how primary care, emergency rooms, emergency medical services, and surgeries could be impacted by this piece of legislation. These are places in the health system that the UCP have claimed are important to address, so I really hope they'll consider supporting this bill. Obviously, the bill is written, I have read it, just so you know, and it is in fact written to ensure that additional areas can be tracked and can be added by the Health Quality of Council based on consultations that they do under the authority given to them in this bill. Expecting more can be done and better things can be done in our healthcare system it's not adequate to just ask healthcare workers to do more with less. Both patients and the healthcare workforce should have a clear understanding of what expectations of the health system are and have confidence that the government is held accountable for providing them with the resources to do the job. And so this bill would not only track the standards, but it would track the delivery of the standards, and there would be a through line of accountability with respect to the appropriate amount of resources. This bill would also give the Health Quality Council of Alberta back a lot of the authority that this government took away from it when they were first elected. And I think that that is valuable because I was here when the HQCA was first established, and I think getting advice from independent science-based experts is helpful, particularly in the area of healthcare. So as I conclude, I want to shift attention to the purposes and principles that are written out in this Act. Section 2 lays out the principles of all Albertans having consistent, reliable, and timely access to high-quality public health care. They should have delivery standards that are independent, that are transparent, and hold the government to account to meet them. And Albertans' lives and quality of life should not be unnecessarily put at risk due to a lack of transparency, Madam Speaker. So I do hope that all members in this House agree with these principles. Section 6, as I said, specifically talks about ensuring that there are adequate resources. And this is important, Madam Speaker, because when one looks at the healthcare budget under this UCP government, and one pulls out the extra discretionary, unpredictable, no one ever knows if it's coming or if it's not coming, money that came around COVID, the actual planned resources to our healthcare system, taking into account population and inflation, are about $1.6 billion less than where they were in the 2018-2019 budget. So it's hardly surprising that we are finding that people are struggling to get the healthcare service that they need. And this is the kind of thing that the government, no matter which government, whether it's the UCP government, an NDP government, or some other party that's yet to be created, we should all be held accountable for those standards. So voting in favor of this bill will show that the UCP is willing to be held accountable on health care. Voting against the bill or finding a way shows that they are not willing to be held accountable to independently established standards and the responsibility for putting them in place that flow from it. And let me just say as well that voting to delay it or somehow defer their obligation to make a decision on it, well, that just shows that we're too close to an election and no one wants to be 100% clear on where they stand on these principles. But nonetheless, I ask all members of this House to think about their communities. As of this morning, there are partial and full hospital closures in communities including High Level, Fort Vermilion, Manning, Peace River, Grimshaw, Fairview, Spirit River, Beaver Lodge, Grand Prairie, McLennan, Slave Lake, Boyle, Lac-La-Biche, Cold Lake, Whitecourt, Barhead, Westlock, St. Paul, Two Hills, Rimbey, Rocky Mountain House, Dayslands, Hardisty, Toefield, Wainwright, Consort, Sundre, Three Hills, Drumheller, Hanna, and Bassano. I sincerely hope that members who represent these communities reflect on where their priorities lie. The UCP is prioritizing a different piece of legislation with the Job Killing Sovereignty Act. I would argue this is not what Albertans want them to be spending their time on. They want them to be spending their time on the kinds of objectives that are outlined in this bill. Finally, given the Premier's specific history of very recently writing and speaking in tremendous detail about her desire to privately fund massive elements of what is currently publicly funded in our healthcare system, I would argue that it behooves all members of the UCP to stand up and vote in favor of our bill, because right now the record is that which has been articulated by this caucus's current leader. And let me tell you, it is a record which disturbs and concerns hundreds of thousands of Albertans, and which does not reflect the values that Albertans hold when it comes to the delivery of adequate, high-quality, publicly funded and publicly delivered health care. Madam Speaker.
Are there others to join in on the debates? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Opposition who has tabled their plan to address health care in the form of this private member's bill. I thank you for your work on this. This is an important topic, and we need to discuss it. The honourable member is quite right. Our healthcare system is facing real challenges, as it is in other provinces. Health care is under strain here in the rest of the provinces in Canada, as it is around the world, due to the global health crisis over the past two and a half years. Madam Speaker, unlike what is suggested by the opposition, where this is the result of policies of this government, and in fact, Madam Speaker, that is not the case. We see this across the country. We see this around the world. It's a result of the strains put on the system by the pandemic, and some of that direct that we've seen in terms of use of resources over the last couple of years, and continues to use resources in our system, and some is indirect in terms of the toll that it's taken on our healthcare professionals. So I want to thank them for all that work, but to suggest that this is somehow a result of the policies taken by this government is absurd and the extreme, Madam Speaker. This is something that is affecting the entire first world and across the entire country, strains on emergency departments and EMS. So, Madam Speaker, we are moving forward. We have put in place a plan, and we're executing on that plan. Madam Speaker, we're spending a record $22 billion this year and increasing it by another $600 million each year for the next 2 years. The government of Alberta is forecast to spend $2 billion more this year than in 2018, according to the latest national data from CIHI, and that's a net of COVID response funds, which represents another $400 million plus that's going to be spent this year. This year's budget also includes a $64 million increase for emergency medical services and a 6% increase for continuing care, which is essential to increasing our capacity in our healthcare system overall. We're adding capacity across the entire healthcare system. That includes putting 19 new ambulances on the streets in Edmonton and Calgary, as well as funding 1,500 new continuing care spaces and 1 million more hours of home care, to take just a few highlights of what we announced in Budget 2022. And in order to keep on adding capacity, we're building up our healthcare workforce, Madam Speaker. We have 1,800 more RNs and 300 more pandemics than in 2020 before COVID. And with this year's budget increase, AHS is adding more than 1,000 frontline staff. We've supported AHS in signing new collective agreements this year with all major groups and healthcare staff, including RNs, LPNs, paramedic, and other allied health professionals. Those agreements include competitive pay and benefits, and they're the foundation we need to build on as we move forward to enhance recruitment and retention. And of course, as mentioned earlier today, Madam Speaker, we've reached an agreement with the Alberta Medical Association, and we're sending a message that Alberta is the place to work in healthcare. It's still a great career in spite of the strains on the system, which has faced challenges over the past 2.5 years and is still facing now. And Alberta is the best place to build your healthcare career. Young people are judging that for themselves, and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, it's true. I was very pleased to read recently that the nursing program at the U of A saw a 20% increase in applications this past fall. And Alberta historically has been the best place in Canada to work in healthcare, and we're working hard to keep it that way. Earlier this year, our government announced over $30 million to add new seats in our post-secondary training programs for nurses and other health professionals, and we're planning further increases, including more seats in our medical schools that I look forward to announcing in the coming weeks. We promised Albertans a stronger publicly funded health system with better access to care. We stand by that promise, and we're making progress on delivering on it. And I just want to take a quick look at cancer care. We're doing more cancer care surgery than before the pandemic and giving patients better access than they had before. And it's not as good as we want, but it's heading in the right direction. We're also moving forward with research and new treatments. AHS recently launched a new screening program for lung cancer using CT scans. It means more CTs, but we can do it because our overall CT volume is actually 20% higher than it was in 2018-19 before the pandemic. And earlier this year, I was also very proud to enjoy the announcement of the stunning results we've seen with the CAR T-cell therapy. And of course, we're looking to take another huge step forward in terms of opening the Calgary Cancer Centre. We're also making progress in diagnostic imaging with more CT scans and MRIs than ever before, and in surgery with more surgeries than before the pandemic, and a shorter wait time for cataract surgery than any time since 2015. And Madam Speaker, that is a direct result of leveraging chartered surgical facilities to be able to deliver the service. But the reality is our healthcare system remains under significant strain, and that's why I appointed an official administrator in AHS to replace the part-time board with a full-time leader focused on driving improvements in access with the ability to move faster than we normally could. And all of these are examples of action we're taking to address the challenges in the system. Now I'd like to turn to Bill 201. Addressing the issues in the system takes money and planning and hard work. And so I think the question is, how does this bill advance the work on these issues in any of these respects? In terms of money, I've already commented on our budget. Now, the opposition bill suggests that healthcare providers should be, quote unquote, adequately funded to deliver services. But it doesn't say what that means. It doesn't actually suggest $1 of additional funding beyond what we're providing. In fact, the bill acknowledges that healthcare funding is, quote unquote, limited and finite, which seems to contradict the entire suggestion in the bill that the funding must be sufficient to meet access standards. In terms of planning, the bill proposes a new set of access standards and public reporting of actual performance against those standards. But, Madam Speaker, we already have extensive and detailed standards for access, for everything from time to see a doctor in emergency, the time to receive different surgeries, to when an ambulance should be dispatched and when it should arrive. So I appreciate the desire to report performance and measure it, and assure Albertans that there are evidence-based standards that we need to meet. They exist, and we already report on them. So in that respect, it's not clear to me how the bill would advance this work. And so the issue is not standards. The issue facing Alberta and every other province in Canada is the hard work that's supporting the system to cope with the strain of the pandemic and move forward. Again, we made Albertans a promise, a stronger publicly funded health system. And more specifically, we promised Albertans that every Albertan who needed scheduled surgery would receive it within a clinically appropriate wait time. We don't need to define what that means. It's already out there. We already have evidence-based targets, and we're working towards them. What we need is a plan to get there, and Bill 201 doesn't provide the plan, but that's what's important, and we already have a plan, and we're acting on it. And Alberta Surgical Initiative, as mentioned by the Leader of the Official Opposition, is part of that plan. And the opposition bill seems to suggest, and actually as to the comments that she just made, is that, you know what, we're not going to fund chartered surgical facilities. Madam Speaker, that would eliminate a significant portion, approximately 20% of the surgeries we're doing right now, and we've already had success with cataract surgeries in terms of able to catch up in this regard, to be able to get the wait times down in that surgeries, and we're doing more. And Madam Speaker, if this is what this bill actually proposes, of actually eliminating chartered surgical facilities, there's no way that we can support it. Besides which, it is the wrong approach, because the reality is we can make a difference using chartered surgical facilities, and it is public health care. It's publicly funded, and it's publicly administrated. We need to keep doing the hard work to support our health system, Madam Speaker, in meeting the challenges we faced. But I'm afraid I don't see on this initial review of Bill 201 that will actually improve substantially on that type of work. It talks about metrics, it talks about principles, but it doesn't actually talk about the plan. And Madam Speaker, that is actually what we need to be able to move forward on this basis. We have a plan, and we're working on it. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, at this time, I wish to move the following motion. Be it resolved that pursuant to Standing Order 8, subsection 8, the Legislative Assembly defer further consideration of Bill 201, the Public Health Care Delivery Standards Act, at second reading until December 21st, 2022, or until the first day for consideration of private members' business after that date.
Well, members, that motion, it is not debatable. We will vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called to ring the bells. Honourable members, the division has been called on the moving of Standing Order 8. All those in favour, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Cupping, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Milliken, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Jeremy Nixon, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Williams, Mr. Hanson, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Tour, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Long, Mr. Turton, Mr. Smith.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Ms. Notley, Mr. Shepherd, the Honourable Ms. Gray, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, the Honourable Ms. Ganley, Mr. Dack, Mr. Diol, Mr. Nielsen.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 32, total against 9.
Well, members, that is carried.
Under Public Bills and Orders, other than Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022, Mr. Williams.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to rise to move second reading of my private member's bill, Bill 202. It is the Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. Madam Speaker, charity is the greatest amongst all virtues. I believe that, and it's the watchword of every Albertan and the watermark of our province since our conception. Charity is not just the charity as a noun, as a place you give money. It is an act. It is something you do. Acts of charity are incredibly important to us in our society. And we happily have come to a spot now where we have institutionalized this, importantly. And to institutionalize it in these big, important charities we know in our lives day to day, in our faith communities, in the United Way, in the Cancer Foundation, in the Kidney Foundation, in the Calgary and Edmonton Chambers of voluntary organizations. And underneath those and amongst those, thousands upon thousands of others that are registered charities with the Canada Revenue Agency. But that brings up the second part of the institutionalization. It's an institution for us to be able to, as a government, as a society, say, we're going to incentivize this. We're going to do a paired giving, effectively, where we match the gift, or more, sometimes when it comes to charitable donations, because we know how important that is. We know how important the act of charity is itself, on the soul and the virtue of that acting it out. But importantly, in government, the lens through we see it, without functioning charities, we'd be a couple $1 billion less in services in this province. And that's tough to put into numbers. But we all know those stories, Madam Speaker. Every single one of us on both sides of the aisle, no matter who we are, whether you're a giver or not, has received from a charity. You absolutely have, or your family has. And I encourage every member as you rise to speak to this motion, or pardon me, to this bill, to think of those stories and tell this chamber and tell Albertans on the record those stories in ways that charities have affected your lives, have affected your family, have saved a life perhaps in your neighborhood, in your community, and where you come from. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what I'm proposing to do in this private member's bill is not spend money, but cut money, is to cut taxes from Albertans, but we do it in a unique way. The way that it currently works with our setup for charitable tax, non-refundable charitable tax receipts, is that the province and the federal government together will give a certain dollar or percentage amount of your dollar donation that you can get refunded if you're owing taxes at the end of the year, according to how much you donated. So currently in Alberta, that's 15%. 15%, oh pardon me, 10%, Madam Speaker. That's 10% at the end of the year of your first $200 gets refunded back to you. And the federal government has it at 15%. That makes it a combined 25%. The proposal of what the substance of this bill is doing is effectively taking that Alberta portion, and moving it from 10 up to 60. So a combined 75% refund if you're owing taxes at the end of the year for your first $200. The reason that that number is chosen is because if you look at other tax incentives for non-refundable tax receipts that the province has on offer, the only other one that I know of that's comparable in any way would be the political tax refund for donating to political bodies, nominations, parties such as the ones that many of us represent here in the chamber, all sorts of different activities politically. And that refund is at 75% refund for your first $200. I think, Madam Speaker, it's at least as fair to say that we should have as much interest in a successful, thriving charitable sector as we do in a thriving political sector in our society. And it's good for us to be supporting people getting engaged in politics, making sure that this chamber can continue to have very motivated members of all sorts of political beliefs advocating for it. The good news is that this issue, I believe, Madam Speaker, is nonpartisan. This issue is not something that matters what side of the aisle you're on. Because like I said before, every one of us has a charity that's touched our heart, that has saved a family member's life, that has made a difference and talked someone down from a ledge or provided support when they are in the most vulnerable, dire moments. So happily, we can support at least those first $200 and incentivize them to the same degree that we do our politics. So, if we look at the current state of the charitable sector across Canada, we can see there's a decline in donations. Well, it's a little more complicated than that, Madam Speaker. There's a decline in Alberta, for example, over the last 10 years, from 2009 to 2019, in the number of households that are registering charitable donations when they do their taxes. That decline is approximately 22%, 22.1% of households, fewer now, at least in 2019, than in 2009, are registering charitable donations. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the total dollar amount to charities has gone down. In fact, we've seen two things go up over these few years. Average dollar amount donation has gone up over that same period of time, keeping many charitables close to whole, not all of the organizations, but many of the charitable organizations close to whole. But also we've seen the average age go up. I was speaking to a relatively large charitable organization out of Calgary, the Calgary Cancer Foundation, and their average donor, I believe, is somewhere in their 70s as far as age. Now this change has not come overnight. This change of the average age of donor and the total dollar amount and the drop in the number of households registering donations has not just happened over the last 2 years of the pandemic. Yes, the pandemic has made this more acute. That is without question, and charities can tell you it's being reflected in the way that they're trying to fundraise now. But it's been generational. It's generational from before, where there was a generation that would give as an act of duty, responsibility, immediately. And they'd been trained into it. And I was not a part of that generation. Happily, since I started making my own income, talking to my parents and seeing what they did, it's something that I now have become, has become part of a regular yearly activity with me and my wife and our household to make sure that we're picking our charities and donating to those institutions we think are most important. But there are fewer and fewer of those who are my age, millennials, that are doing it. It's even less common in younger generations as they get into what used to be normal donating demographics when you get into your early 20s and start have an income that's appreciable after your education when you're in the workforce. So we see this continuing on. What happens to us as a society if those donations do dry up? What happens if that 22% drop over a decade of number of households that are registering donations? What happens when that increases to 30, 40%? What happens when the 78-year-old average age of donation for some of these charities are now 88 or 98? It becomes more and more difficult for them to continue to do the work that they do. And the consequences there cannot be clear enough, Madam Speaker. I'm not just talking about dollars and cents. What these charities do is offer services that government doesn't, and if we did, wouldn't do it as well. And that's not a contentious statement. All of these charities, many of them are supported by government as well, but they heavily, heavily rely on donations as part of their operational budget. That's a good thing. We should continue to support them. And anything we can do to do that would be great. As a government, we have a public interest. The common good is seeing charities thrive. It's so essential to our common life as Albertans to have these charities in the big names of the Stollery Hospital, of course, and the Children's Hospital, but also the food bank that I've visited in Peace River. And I know every one of us have been donating to and visiting and talking about, especially in the midst of this affordability crunch. These charities offer services that otherwise Albertans wouldn't have, and those services are often dire. Those services are acts of charity and love. It's a different thing to actually go out and deliver the service than it is just to talk about it, to have government deliver it, to have somebody with the passion, like I met this weekend at the Peace River Salvation Army Food Bank. They care so deeply about those families, those now 230 Christmas hampers that has gone up at about 35% from last year that they deliver. It's so important to see those charities continue. And so to make that happen, not just after COVID, which was difficult for families of all sorts, but particularly right now, in this key moment where we see the affordability crunch happening, where average families have a variable rate mortgage going up year over year, let's say a couple $100 on their house. They have a couple of kids in that house, so they have grocery bills at $300 or $400 above what it was year over year. They have all sorts of difficulties when it comes to insurance prices going up, utility costs itself going up, plus the distribution transmission taxing us effectively to a spot where we're paying more for the transmission than for the actual utility itself. All of this continuing on. Add on top of it a carbon tax. Inflation is causing real harm. That's why sound fiscal management really matters. That's why making life more affordable in practical ways really matter to Albertans. Matters in what we do in this chamber. And the tax cut that's being proposed in this bill would be a real relief for families. The sooner we can get it passed, the better. There's a sense of urgency in this, Madam Speaker, that we get it as soon as absolutely possible, so that these households, many of whom are donating or want to donate, know that they're going to get $150 back per individual, maybe $300 per household, come tax season, rather than just the $50 each. That's a meaningful difference, Madam Speaker.
Are there others that wish to join the debates? The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to this bill. I would say, in general, that we're supportive of the bill. What it essentially does is it changes a section in the tax code to make A 60%. A is currently the specified percentage for the year, which as near as I can tell remains at 10%, as it was set in Section 4 of the Tax Act in 2001. So it is a significant increase, obviously, on that point. Based on some analysis found on Twitter, so take that with a grain of salt, but by Trevor Toome, who is very good at this sort of thing, it would appear that, a sort of rough estimate, assuming this doesn't impact behavior directly, the cost of this would be about $20 million. So that's what we're looking at. And there are a lot of charities, and there are certainly a lot in my riding that I deal with regularly who do incredibly good work. I definitely agree with that. One of the concerns I have with what the member said when he was moving this bill was his talk about the need to increase the charitable tax donation, to increase people donating because these charities provide services that wouldn't otherwise be available. And I don't disagree on that point. There are services that wouldn't otherwise be available. But what I would like to point out is that some of the services that aren't available are not available because of decisions that that member and his colleagues made. So, for instance, many of the people involved in the increased utilization of food banks are people who are on AISH. Now, this government has, they've suggested that they're going to reindex AISH. They haven't actually done it yet. Despite having supported it when we did it originally. But that will still leave people $3,000 farther behind than they were at a time of rapidly increasing inflation. So I don't disagree with the policy in this bill. What I don't love about it is we should support charities. We absolutely should. I don't think what we're doing in the bill is bad. What I don't love is the number of people who are having to go out and seek that charity who would otherwise have been entitled to government benefits. I guess I feel that people should be entitled to eat without having to rely on charity for that. I think that government has a role to play. I think that benefits like AISH and the Alberta Seniors Benefit and the income support benefits, like for instance, in the course of our government, we cut child poverty in half by changing the way the child tax benefit worked. Now, admittedly, that was work that was done at both the federal and provincial levels simultaneously, but that's a big change because I believe that children should be entitled to eat. And I don't think that that should necessarily be reliant on donations being made to a charity in order for that to happen. So I guess what I'm saying about this act is yes and. I think I'm saying that we are supportive of this act, but when we talk about the incredibly important work charities do, and they do and have done for a long time, we do need to recognize that the member who is proposing the bill and his colleagues are in part responsible for the increased draw on those charities, and responsible for the fact that people need to rely on that. And I would ask the members that while they contemplate the important changes being made in this bill, that they also contemplate the importance of supporting Albertans generally. They are the government. They don't have to do this by indirect means. They can do it directly. They are government private members, some of them, that is correct. But this could also be done directly. So, I think overall I would say the $20 million at a time when we see this much revenue coming into government is not that big a shift. I think I'm sort of supportive of the intent of the bill. I think we'll probably support it. I do hope that it comes with some other measures that are specifically aimed at alleviating some of the underlying problems therein. And I think other than that, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. It's just that I think this can be a question of yes and. I think it can be a question of saying, yes, this support for charities is incredibly important, but also let us consider the impact that disproportionate inflation, while wages, particularly in this province, are stagnating, is having on Albertans. Let us consider the impact that de-indexing tax brackets or de-indexing AISH, seniors benefit, child tax benefit, those sorts of benefits had on Albertans, and let us also solve those problems. Thank you.
There are other members that wish to join the debate. The Honourable Minister of Environment,
Forestry,
Parks,
Tourism.
And Tourism.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to Bill 202. And I do want to say thanks to the member from Peace River for bringing this forward. When I think back to when I first got involved in politics in 2008, I remember that I did campaign on this very thing. I remember thinking at the time and hearing the leader of the party at the time talk about this disparity between donating to a charity that may feed the hungry, take care of the homeless, and the disparity between donating to organizations like that compared to donating to a politician. And how the first $200 you get 75% back when donating to a politician, and of course when it comes to other charities it's far less than that. So this actually takes me back a long ways when it comes to really believing that this is a good thing. It's a good thing for Alberta, and I think this is one of the things that can make Alberta a better place. And in fact, in leadership race, I did talk about this on numerous occasions as I traveled across Alberta. And so again, it's great to see this opportunity come forward where the member from Peace River has brought this forward for us here today, and I appreciate that. There's so many people in need, and there's many people that want to help out. And this bill will give an opportunity for those to come together. And when we look at how much difference this could make, there's a lot of people that might be willing to just give $25. Well, with this bill, they could give $100. They'll get $75 back. It'll be a $25 net donation out of their pocket, but they'll help $100 worth when it comes to the amount of difference it'll make to the people that they're donating to. And I think we have all received something, or we know somebody that's received something, and I know my family has. I often talk here about my grandson Ezra, who has cerebral palsy. And so his family, for the first 6 months of his life, were in the hospital. And staying Ronald McDonald House, another good charity that helped out. And there was an organization close to home called Lila's Angels that helped the travel back and forth for the family, traveling from home to the hospital in Edmonton for those 6 months. And I believe it was the Rainbow Society give him a wish too. So when we look at the good work that these organizations do, I think it's incumbent on us to be able to help out where we can and help people donate and be able to have some money come back in the tax benefit for that. I know locally we have a group of people that put on a local golf tournament to raise money for different organizations. They do a hockey tournament in the wintertime. So these are all good organizations that are doing their best to help the people of Alberta and help the people in need. And I think we have to realize too that a lot of these charities are very efficient with the work that they do for the people of Alberta. They leverage the volunteer work so that they can get a lot done. And a lot of times these organizations are right in the community that they're trying to help, or if not right in the community, they know the community that they serve very well. And so I think taking this opportunity to give the people that donate to these organizations a good tax benefit that's equal to what political donations are, I think that's good for us, good for Alberta, and will make a difference in the long run. We know this will be a net negative to the Alberta budget, but I think it'll be a net positive to Albertans as we go forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Decor.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Always appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House, speak to various pieces of legislation that are brought forward, especially when it comes to private members' business. As we know, private members don't get a whole lot of legislative calendar time to be able to bring their topics forward. So I'm always excited when we get a chance to talk about those. But it seems, some members get even less time, especially if they seem to be sitting in the opposition caucus. Would have loved to provide some comments a little bit earlier around Bill 201, but that has sadly been pushed to the bottom of the list. But at least I get the opportunity to talk this afternoon about Bill 02, the Alberta personal income tax, charitable, and other gifts. I just wanted to highlight that, and I'll come back around for that. Amendment Act 2022. And so, we're proposing a change here to kind of up the claim amount for the first $200 for somebody making a charitable donation. And, quite frankly, I actually would have loved to have seen this change a lot sooner than this. But hey, at least we're here. We get the opportunity now to talk about this. And so I'm certainly supportive of moving this legislation forward. I think this is a good job. But I will have to highlight just a couple of things. And so, we've certainly seen over the course of the 30th legislature changes that the UCP government has made that does make life much more difficult for people. and they are then having to rely on all of these charities to be able to make ends meet. I mean, we've seen things like personal income taxes being raised. Insurance costs have definitely gone up for people. Utility costs are another big ticket item now on people's drain of their bank account. You know, fees to go to parks, things like that. You know, for a long time we saw, you know, members swearing up and down that no de-indexing was occurring for people on AISH. Yet, of course, now we're hearing that that's going to be changed. Well, if that's going to be changed, then that meant that it actually happened, which brings a whole other conversation that we won't be having today, because we need to talk about private members' business and Bill 202 here specifically. But when you have these kinds of pressures on people and forcing them to go to the charities for that, that means there's a lot of pressures put on these charities to try to help. And we have unfortunately seen changes, which has made things more difficult for charities to be able to provide those services. And quite honestly, it kind of feels like, you know, we're trying to put it that even further on the backs of Albertans, because we've certainly seen a decline in charitable donations from Albertans. And perhaps, you know, I'm a little biased here. I think Albertans are some of the most giving of all Canadians in the country. But when you just simply don't have it to give, you might have to rethink some of those steps so that they're able to. And again, while I'm certainly in favor of a more significant tax relief with those donations, perhaps maybe we shouldn't have put all of these cost pressures on Albertans so they could have continued to donate in the ways that they used to. And it's not because they didn't want to. I know that for a fact. So I think when we have an opportunity to, and I think that the member previous spoke to this, maybe, you know, creating a little balance when we've seen donations go to political parties, maybe, you know, balancing that out a little bit. I'm certainly not against that kind of change. As I said, I would have loved to have seen that a little bit sooner, but you know, at least we are here. And so I did want to come back because I made a little highlight around the title of the bill, which made mention to other gifts. And so one of the things I'm curious about is, say for instance, you know, a parent wanting to donate to, I don't know, their child's soccer club. And so I'm wondering if this might be captured under Bill 202, or you know, is the government going to start to possibly? I think the famous line is pick winners and losers out of this. So I would be interested to know if something like that might be captured under Bill 202. I wouldn't mind hearing from the finance minister actually on this bill a little bit. You know, as we all know, private members can't make money bills. They can suggest changes. Ultimately, there is probably a cost to the province. My understanding is it's probably in the 20 million range, maybe, which, again, I have absolutely no issues with, especially since the government seems it's necessary to do things like, oh, I don't know, fund a war room that goes out and chases cartoon characters at the cost of $30 million per year. So, you know, I think the money's there. Or, I don't know, betting $1 billion plus on an election south of the border. You know, there's money that we could have provided to Albertans so they weren't necessarily having to put the pressures on the charities that they are. So my hope is that this incentive, might work, but again, no matter how big the incentive is, if you just physically don't have the money to take out of your pocket and be able to give to that charity, that incentive just kind of sits there. So I'm hoping that this might be a little bit of a motivator for the government to act in some of the other areas in terms of reversing some of these pressures that we've seen, forcing people to go to charities. I would certainly be in favor of things such as that. And I know the government loves to go on at length about things like the gas tax on vehicles' fuel, which is all fine and dandy. Again, I'm not necessarily against that, but if you've had to park your car because your insurance is too high, that doesn't do anything. But it's still the same thing, Minister. When you can't drive your car because you can't afford your insurance, how are you going to take advantage of that? Doesn't matter about a carbon tax. You're not driving your vehicle. So you're not even getting the opportunity to take advantage of that. Again, we're talking about cost pressures here. So, again, and I don't want to sound like I'm against Bill 202, because I'm not. I'm fully ready to support it here in second reading. I want to see it go on, hopefully maybe even quickly. I would love to see government and government side caucus members maybe give that same consideration to Bill 201, because again, I love talking about private members' business. We don't get enough of an opportunity to be able to do that. I mean, you know what they say, sometimes members will go their entire careers in this legislature without being able to bring forth a private member's bill. But certainly the changes that I'm seeing here, I'm not against. I would like to see those reciprocal changes, which I think will enhance this bill so that people can take advantage of it. And maybe even reduce some of those pressures that are on the charities so that they can serve the clients that they need in as many ways as they possibly can. But I know there's a lot of people that want to also add their comments to this bill, so I won't take up too much time. I'll certainly be participating later on as the debate goes. But as is right at this moment, I'm very much in favor of Bill 202 through second reading, and I hope we pass it fairly soon. Thanks.
Timing. The honourable member for Tabor-Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate being recognized here today to speak to this bill. And I want to thank the honourable member from Peace River for bringing forward this bill. I think it's a very well thought out bill. It's always difficult to be able to find good private members' bills, and I think this meets that litmus test. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about, Madam Speaker, and the reason why I'm in favor of this is because of a principle that I have, which is that decision-making closer to the problem will, versus farther away from it, will net a good result versus having a decision being made so far away. We see that happen on a regular basis where decisions that are being made in Ottawa affect Alberta in an adverse way because they're so far away from, the trenches where things are actually happening. Same thing happens even here when decisions are made so far away. I'm always in favor of local decision making, and the same principle can be applied here for this bill. Because when we talk about trying to be able to fix some of our societal problems that we have, I really believe that those people who are dealing in the trenches with these problems have really 20/20 vision. They can see what the problems are a lot better than, say, a bureaucrat in Edmonton or Ontario or in Ottawa. I was very impressed with an organization, the Mustard Seed which a couple of our members actually have their father that started that organization. And I was impressed with that organization because of the president or CEO of that organization actually came from the streets. He knew what the problem was. He's got an amazing story, Madam Speaker. And it's awe-inspiring when you think about what he was able to do in building up the mustard seed in Calgary and surrounding area. That's an example of when you actually strengthen those charitable organizations that are in the trenches and give them that ability to lift people. That's when you really see success. And really what we should be in this room doing is looking for those greatest successes that we can have. And I think that by giving people the ability to give to their charitable donations or to their charitable decision, giving more money back to them so they can give more to the charitable organizations of their choice is a good thing. It's only going to be able to help our society and build our society. So that principle, the principle of making, allowing local decision-making to happen, allowing charities to be able to fix the problems, I think that's really where the success of this bill comes in. I think that the member from Peace River has really got onto something here, that we can empower the people and the organizations within our society here, the compassionate people that have the best interests and are so close to the issues and the problems that they can know how to be able to actually inject small amounts of money to be able to have great effect and great outcomes. That's really, in my opinion, what this bill is going to do, and this is why I'm in favor of this bill. So, Madam Speaker, again, I thank the member for his thoughtful bill that he's brought forward, private member's bill that he's brought forward, and I hope that all members of this chamber will support Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax, Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. So first of all, let me just premise my brief comments by saying I certainly do support any move that encourages donation like this. I think it's a good idea. I think, a couple of people have said that it's probably long overdue, and I would agree with that. So, I am ready to support this. But I also want to clarify a couple of other comments. So certainly not-for-profits, nonprofits, registered charities, societies, there's all different levels. They do terrific work. They do all kinds of work. I'm thinking about the community that I represent, everything from, of course, food banks, so dealing with food insecurity, to affordable, accessible housing that they're trying to create. There's Stop Abuse in Families, so there's organizations that offer free counseling. There's for people that are experiencing domestic violence. There's all kinds of charities. There's one in particular that I want to make reference to, and it's the Seniors Association in St. Albert that's actually really struggling for donations. So you've heard members talking about over the pandemic, charities have felt a loss, and that loss has been of their regular donation levels, and that certainly is true, and as a result, they're having to cut services. Now, for those of you that maybe know St. Albert, it's just outside of Edmonton, but people have to commute, and so if you're reliant on public transportation, you're kind of out of luck. There is a commuter bus, and there is a bus, like a sort of a handy bus for people with disabilities and seniors, low-income folks that go to a few stops in Edmonton, but other than that, it's pretty tough. And so this organization, this seniors group, they're able to do that. They have drivers, they had volunteer drivers, they fundraise to reimburse for gas, for mileage, all of those things. And these are for really important appointments. So you can imagine that seniors having to go to the Cross regularly for treatment, or having to go to whatever other specialists they might have, or even just to see friends. That's important. So this is an example of a real-time example of the loss of revenue in terms of fundraising. But I really want to underline what my colleague said a little bit earlier, is that One thing that we cannot forget when we're talking about nonprofits, societies, and registered charities in Alberta is that what we've seen, the progression over, I would say, I don't know, the last 20 years even, is that there has been an erosion of the public service, an erosion of the ability of government to deliver very, very important services. And those have been privatized. And those have turned into, many of them, charities. And as a result, these charities more and more are being required to fundraise to meet their needs, their programming needs. So maybe there are people in here that don't know that the vast majority of disability supports for children and for people that are over 18 are delivered by nonprofits and by registered charities. Now, what has happened over the last little while, if they have systematically had their funding reduced. Every year that things aren't increased to capture growth, that's a reduction. And it requires these charities to fundraise more and more. And let me give you an example of the one charity that I did work at. Some of the fundraising goals were very, very simple. They were about, let's fundraise to offer rent supplement because people couldn't afford rent, because 100% of the people that we supported there were AISH recipients. And of course, when you live on AISH, you don't have a lot of money. So organizations are fundraising to cover things like rent and utilities, common costs, auditor fees, insurance, all of these things, all of these really, really functional things. So of course, I support a bill that's going to encourage donors, that's going to give donors a tax break, encouraging them to donate more. Of course I support that. What I don't support is this government's systematic chipping away at supports that people require to survive. It is the role of government to meet those needs. And I'm talking specifically in this case about disability supports. That this government systematically cut AISH. And I can tell you, probably close to 100% of the people that receive PDD supports are also on AISH. And so they're making do with a lot less money over the last 3 years that they have. And so it's charities that work with them that have had to step up and to provide assistance. So charities have stepped up to provide assistance, buying bus passes, supplementing groceries, helping with rent, all of those things. So while I do support this bill, Madam Speaker, it is really important to understand that while we can express thanks and appreciation and gratitude for the incredible nonprofit sector in Alberta, we have to recognize the incredible amount of pressure that we have continued to add to them when we don't fund essential services properly. Every time that we do that, we chip away, we don't recognize the growth, we don't fund the growth, we are adding more pressure to the nonprofit sector. So government members can stand up all they like and say, you know, we support nonprofit, they're essential. Yeah, I agree with that. They are essential. They are very, very important. This bill hopefully will make a big difference and will help. But the biggest problem, Madam Speaker, is that this government has failed to do its job, and that is to properly support all of the services, all of the programming that this nonprofit sector is involved in. Now, let me just say one more thing about food banks, because that seems to be the popular example that people are using today. Are food banks essential right now? Absolutely, 100%. They are so important right now, even in the community of St. Albert, which is typically, you know, a little bit more well-off than some other communities. They are struggling. They're breaking records. They can't keep up with demand. The pressure is huge. Now, yes, this government did stand up and announce, I think it was 20 million, but let's be clear, it was 5 million a year. Let's be clear, there's 6 months till election. Let's also be clear if there's a matching component to that. So what sounded like a big fancy announcement, oh yeah, we're going to immediately support food banks, well, it's a little less than it sounded. What this government needs to do is recognize that food banks are in crisis and step up with the money right now that they need to function. And it's a lot more than $5 million, and they don't have the time to raise the money to match it. They need to be funded immediately. So I'm going to take my seat. I support this bill because I think it's important right now. I think it's always been important, but it's also important for us to recognize that it's not always the job of nonprofits and charities to do the work that this government, all of us, were elected to do. Thank you.
Here. Are there others to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Red Deer North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I stand to support Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, I'm excited. This is an outstanding idea, and I'd like to give credit to my colleague for this great idea. And it's also great to see members, the opposite members opposite, supporting this positive initiative. You know, and perhaps we can unite together to ensure speedy passage of something towards Christmas as well that will encourage and support Albertans that give to the many great charitable organizations. And while we don't agree on everything, it's great to see that perhaps we can agree on something that is so positive in our community. One of the reasons I'm really excited about this bill is that charitable support, I believe, is part of Alberta's culture and identity. I think it's something that we excel at. And there's actually, I remember reading a StatCan report in 2020 that reported that Alberta had the highest average donation in Canada. Out of all the provinces and territories in the country, in Alberta, we reported the highest average donation. And I think that speaks to the many great families and individuals in Alberta that we all have the honor to serve in this legislature. One of the things that Alberta has is that we actually have the most competitive tax support for Albertans currently when they donate over $200 to registered charities. And combined with the federal rate, Albertans actually who donate over $200 actually get back, in terms of tax shelter, 50 cents on the dollar. So when you think about that, that's a really powerful incentive and support that this government and, credit goes to previous legislatures. I believe it was Premier Stelmach that actually under his government brought in the enhanced charitable tax credit for charitable donations to 21% in Alberta. But by far, Alberta is the leader. It is the best jurisdiction in Canada supporting charitable support for over $200. But for donations up to $200, so perhaps there are Albertans that want to give, but perhaps based on their circumstances, perhaps they have lower income and are less able or less in a position to give as much as they would like to give. So for these lower income Albertans, the current Alberta donation credit is 10%. And combined with the federal rate, the donation credit is about 25% combined. So it's actually about half of the rate. And that 25% credit rate puts us in the middle. You know, we're kind of the middle. We're average, right? But, Madam Speaker, being average is not the Alberta way. Alberta is a meritocracy, and we are the best. And this bill makes us the best. So Bill 202 seeks to make us be the best, supporting Albertans, especially in my perspective, those who perhaps have lower income, less able to give as much, but makes us the best in supporting them. And so this amendment increases the Alberta credit from 10% to 60%. And combined with the federal rate, this will bring the charitable donation rate up to 75%. So when you think about that, isn't that a wonderful thing? That if an individual of modest means says, you know, I'd like to donate to a charity that I feel strongly about, and they donate $200 to that charity, with this proposed bill, they can get tax shelter that actually will return to them 75 cents on the dollar, 150 cents on the dollar, reduced from Alberta taxes. I think that is a beautiful, wonderful thing. The great thing about this rate selection to me is that the bill achieves parity with the provincial donation tax credit that we provide in Alberta. Currently, as we know, that when an individual donates to the UCP party or to the NDP party, on the first $200 of their donation, they receive $150 back, or 75 cents on the dollar. And I think it's a wonderful symbolic thing that we would elevate, while it's important for us to participate in our political institutions and in the political process by donating to political causes, there's much more to that being Alberta. There are many great charitable organizations whose work is just as important, and some would argue more important. But it's important to incent and encourage those Albertans as elevating the tax shelter that they get on charitable donations to 70%. Madam Speaker, just in closing, because I don't want to take too much time, but this policy is to support charitable organizations. And during these challenging times, and indeed in the past couple years, our charitable organizations, many did great work. Many of these individuals who serve in charitable organizations, they serve out of love. There are many great charitable organizations where most of their workforce is volunteers who really are serving because they have a strong inward belief in the good work that the organization is doing, and they want to love and serve their neighbors. So just in closing, I really support Bill 202. I think it aligns well with the Alberta culture of excellence, being the best, a culture where Albertans are the most generous in the entire country in supporting our wonderful charitable organizations. And I would encourage all members of this legislature to join together in a common good cause and support speedy acceleration and process of this bill. Thank you.
Are there others to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McClung.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasure to rise to speak to the private member's bill this afternoon. And I too will be voting in favor of this measure, but rather than a yes and, I'll give it a yes but, Madam Speaker, because I know that while charities will certainly be appreciating the extra dollars that will flow to them as a result of this, and I expect the uptake from Albertans will probably be to the maximum, which will impact the Treasury to the tune of about $20 million as a result of this increase in the amount of the tax break on the first $200 that are donated to charity. What it invites is a question as to direction and movement towards a reliance on charity for things that governments typically have been expected to undertake themselves. And I think other speakers have said the same thing that I'll repeat now, and that it invites charities to fill gaps that are not being properly filled by government. And one example, I think, is a prime example of that gap that is now widely assumed to be something as part of the hardware of our charitable network is food banks. And food banks, not very long ago, Mr. Speaker, did not exist. In fact, the incidence of food banks, I think, is something that came up in the 1980s. And previous to that, of course, it was expected that government supports would allow individuals to purchase food from that government support that would satisfy their family's needs. Yet now, of course, it's food bank reliance that our society and others worldwide are looking to fill that need. And it really shouldn't be something that the government is relieved of. Its responsibility to provide essential public services to its citizens. So I know that this bill purports to allow Albertans to express themselves even at this time of year or whenever, to support the charities of their choice to a larger degree than they otherwise might have by having the incentive increased. However, I'm concerned about the direction, I guess, of the bill, where it looks to perhaps replace the government's responsibility to support its citizens. And that's something that I really hope that is not the intent of the underlying legislation. Now, one thing that many people don't realize, and I think, Mr. Speaker, you as a former teacher will, is that the schools throughout the province, generally speaking, are actually identified as being charitable organizations. One can make a donation to a school and receive a tax receipt for it. And I'm not certain if this will be covered, this type of a donation to a school will be covered by the Act in its entirety. I'm not sure if the member contemplated Bill 202 covering those charitable donations, but in the title of the bill, where it states Alberta Personal Income Tax and in brackets Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act, I'm wondering if those other gifts would include gifts to schools throughout the province. So I know in attending many of the parent-teacher council meetings, of course, one of the major things that they do is to attempt to raise money by various means, whether it be chocolate sales or a rummage sale of some kind, or any type of thing to raise money. Of course, they are also able to solicit donations and issue tax receipts. So I'm wondering if indeed the member had this in mind when Bill 202 was being drafted, because indeed it may be something that schools might benefit from if indeed the public was more widely aware of the option to donate to schools. But I also, in the same breath, want to caution that we don't end up using this as a sort of a voucher system for school funding by having individuals donate to their particular school in a more affluent neighborhood to a larger degree than other parents might be able to do in less affluent neighborhoods. So I know that in the scheme of things, Madam Speaker, this is a bill with good intent, and I intend to support it, but I certainly do not want to see the government being relieved of its responsibility to provide essential public services to populations in need. And with that, I'll end my remarks and listen for further comment from others.
Are there others to join in the debate? Seeing none, I will ask the honourable member for Peace River to close.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate every member's contribution and the ability for us to be able to be debating what is, I think, an important piece of private members' legislation that is impactful for average Albertans. And again, I encourage, and I'm happy so far to hear the stories of all the different ways that charities have affected our lives as members, and all the ways that if passing this bill were to come to fruition, that charities could continue with more sustainability, with more support from government. I heard many of the concerns from the opposition, and I can tell you the intent is simply for the only way for a private member to support charities in terms of this dollar amount is through increasing the non-refundable tax credit. And so that's why I've taken this route. Obviously, there's nothing beyond a very sincere hope to see charities thrive in Alberta. So with that, Madam Speaker, I will close debate.
Honourable members, the honourable member for Peace River has moved second reading of Bill 202, the Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells.
Honorable members, a division has been called on Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mrs. Savage, the Honourable Mr. Guthrie, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Milliken, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Jeremy Nixon, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Williams, Mr. Hanson, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Horner, Mr. Tour, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Steffen, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mr. Van Dyken, Mrs. Pitt, Mr. Shepherd, the Honourable Ms. Gray, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Long, Mr. Turton, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dack, Mr. Diol, Mr. Nielsen.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 37, total against nil.
Consider that motion carried and so ordered.
Bill 202, Alberta Personal Income Tax Charitable and Other Gifts Amendment Act 2022 is now read a second time. Under motions other than government motion other than a government motion 501, Ms. Renault.
The honourable member for St. Albert has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to A, immediately investigate the recent increases in grocery prices and lack of competition in the grocery market in Alberta and report its findings to the Assembly no later than January 15, 2023, and B, to amend the Consumer Protection Act to clarify that the practice of price gouging is unfair and as such is subject to the investigation by Service Alberta's Consumer Investigation Unit. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today and move motions other than government motion 501. As you know, Albertans are struggling. They're facing an affordability crisis not seen in 40 years. So I'm proud to stand here in support of making life more affordable for Alberta families. They've seen prices skyrocket on everything from gas prices, utilities, and housing, but nothing hits them on a more daily basis than just how expensive things have gotten at the grocery store. October's Consumer Price Index data was released, showing Canada's inflation rate at 6.8%, a staggering number that will continue to hammer household budgets. And food prices have shot well above that to 10.1% since compared to a year ago. The numbers are even worse when looking at price increases on essential items. So for example, margarine is up 40.4% from last year. Dry pasta has increased to 27.2%. Fresh fruit is up 8.9%. Fresh vegetables are up 11%. And coffee and tea has increased by 13.1%. While grocery prices continue to rise, everyone is still dealing with other inflationary pressures. The UCP is adding to inflation by forcing Albertans to pay more in income taxes, property taxes, utility fees, school fees, tuition, interest on student debt, and park fees. On top of skyrocketing prices, wages in Alberta haven't kept pace with inflation. So according to Statistics Canada data, Alberta workers had the second slowest wage growth in Canada. Because of the slow wage growth, Albertans are now forced to use their savings or rely on credit cards just to afford groceries. We also know that the increased cost of food hurts those closest to poverty the most. Every dollar increase pushes more and more Albertans into food security. The Consumer Debt Index showed that in April, half of Albertans were just $200 away from not being able to pay their bills at the end of the month, the highest level in the country. This is something everyone in this place should be alarmed about. That means hundreds of thousands of Albertans won't afford a balanced diet or are worrying about running out of food before they have money to buy more. Some are going hungry, missing meals. Some may not eat for a few days, and certainly many have foregone important medications. In fact, in a new Canada-wide survey released today, the majority of respondents said they're using coupons or hunting for sales to cope with increasing food costs. Nearly 20% were also reducing meal size or skipping meals altogether in order to save money. Now keep in mind, there are people living in poverty that don't have access to vehicles to be able to drive around to get the best prices. In fact, they live in places where these things that I'm telling you about that have gone up, they aren't even available to them. I've been hearing from food banks that are seeing an alarming increase in usage, and Alberta is seeing a 34% increase in food bank usage year over year. Nearly 58,000 kids relied on the food bank in March of 2022, and we know the issue is getting worse. Albertans living on income support, like Aish, are facing a crisis, a true crisis. They already were using the food bank to supplement. Now they're dependent on it, and they're also limited to visit numbers. Ever since the UCP de-indexed income support, Aish recipients have watched the real dollar value fall month over month. That means nutrient-rich food like eggs, meat, dairy are being replaced by low-cost, highly produced items just so that they can fill their stomachs. While Albertans struggle, large corporate grocers are reporting massive revenues. Loblaws reported in Q3 earnings of $556 million, up 29% from last year. And over the last 3 quarters, Loblaws has spent over $1 billion in stock buybacks to boost its own stock price and benefit stakeholders. Yeah. That's why I urge everyone in this House to support this motion, and I expect this House to take motion. The motion will urge the government to do 2 things. First, it will call on the government to investigate grocery store prices and see how the lack of competition in Alberta is inflating those prices, and propose recommendations on increasing competitiveness in Alberta if needed. This will work alongside the Competition Bureau of Canada's study, but provide local Alberta-specific solutions. Alberta arguably has the least competitive grocery sector with the lowest share of independent grocery retailers, and only 2 of the 3 large corporate grocers who control the highest concentration of retailers in any province. Alberta arguably has the least competitive grocery sector with a low share of independent grocery retailers. Second, we are calling for clarification within the Consumer Protection Act so Albertans can report grocers who appear to be price gouging. During COVID-19, the government expanded what can be investigated for price gouging through the state of emergency. It's not clearly defined that concerned Albertans can contact the Consumer Investigation Unit to investigate possible grocer price gouging without a state of emergency. Skyrocketing prices due to inflation, Albertans deserve to be certain that they aren't being taken advantage of and the price that they're paying is fair, not simply padding the profits of already profitable grocers. And that's why I'm asking this House to support this motion. Earlier today during question period, Mr. Speaker, I heard the Minister for Service Alberta essentially say, you know, we can't do that. Doesn't the member know? That's not something we can do. Well, I would suggest if this government thinks they can change the Constitution of Canada with the bill, they can investigate price gouging, they can investigate the skyrocketing prices of groceries. We know it's a crisis that has been caused by a number of things. We know that. I'm not saying that it's all the fault of the government. There are a number of contributing factors. What I am saying is that our role here is to protect Albertans, And one of the most basic things Albertans need is nutritious food. So let's use every tool that we have in this place before putting up our hands and giving up. Yeah. Let's use every tool in this place to ensure every Albertan is getting fair value for their money, and there is no price gouging. And once we can reassure all Albertans that's the case, we will have done our job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honourable members, motions other than government motions. 501 is for debate. I see the Minister of Service Alberta and Red Tape Reduction has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for St. Albert for confirming what we've long suspected, which is that the NDP is full of sound and fury signifying nothing. And the reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is I sat here listening intently, waiting for some empirical evidence, some research, even a well-thought-out argument would have sufficed, but instead, we did not get that. It became abundantly clear that that entire caucus gets all of their information from Twitter and Facebook. So, Mr. Speaker, I did something that the member for St. Albert should have done. I did some research. Now, I will be tabling this, Mr. Speaker, with the Chamber, but it's a white paper by the Canadian Federation of Independent Grocers. Mr. Speaker, the average grocery retail margins are 2%. I'm not suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that they don't have higher margin areas, such as pharmaceutical, health, and beauty, because they do. But the food in the grocery store has razor-thin margins, Mr. Speaker, to the point that the average grocer in this country has 2% margins. Now, Dalhousie University, and I'll be tabling this as well, Mr. Speaker, actually did a study to determine if grocery stores were price gouging. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? They confirmed that there was a lot of reasons for the higher prices that we're seeing on shelves, and one of them was not gouging on behalf of the grocers. I'll be tabling that as well, Mr. Speaker. Now, I have to say this motion, and please let me say that I am empathetic, as we all are on this side of the House, with any Albertan that is struggling with the higher cost of everything due to the inflation, due to the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. But I encourage the member for St. Albert to use the time wisely. This particular motion, quite frankly, it's as ridiculous as it is redundant. Let me tell you why. The first piece of the motion is to encourage the investigation of the recent increases in grocery prices and lack of competition in the grocery market. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's already happening. The member for St. Albert should be aware that the Competition Bureau, Mr. Speaker, is doing that work now. In fact, they're accepting submissions up until December 16th, and I would encourage the member of St. Albert, if she has an example of price gouging, to include that submission with the Competition Bureau. But redoing that work that is already going on is redundant, Mr. Speaker, and we certainly don't support that on this side of the House. Now, the second piece of that motion was to amend the Consumer Price Protection Act to clarify that the practice of price gouging is unfair. Well, Mr. Speaker, it already does that. And I will refer the member of St. Albert to Part 2, Division 1, Section 6, 2, and D. And it clearly shows exactly what the member for St. Albert is asking for is articulated in the Act, and I would refer the member to read that accordingly. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's economy has recovered strongly, but we know that many Albertans are still struggling to heat their homes and feed their families. We know that many Albertans are concerned about the rising cost of groceries and many other goods and services due to increased costs and rising inflation. In fact, Canada's Food Price Report 2023, which I'll be tabling with the House, predicts that Canadian families will spend up to an average $1,065 more on food next year than this year, Mr. Speaker. But we also know that this is not an Alberta-specific problem. In fact, the inflation crisis is affecting all Canadians, no matter what province they live in. This is a national problem that was created by the disastrous economic policies of the Liberal NDP alliance in Ottawa. Since 2015, the federal government has brought in a number of fiscal policies that have contributed to high inflation and have resulted in higher borrowing costs for households. This is exactly why our government has been standing up to Ottawa since 2019, because only our government has the best interests of all Albertans in everything that we do. If the NDP were really concerned with the high cost of groceries and continually rising inflation, they would call on their friends in Ottawa and they demand that they cancel the carbon tax. But do you know what we get from the NDP, Mr. Speaker? Crickets. When it comes to the carbon tax and their overlords in Ottawa, they say nothing. Instead, the NDP will support the more than tripling of the carbon tax between now and 2030, which will continue to add fuel to the inflation crisis, adding unnecessary cost to families heating their homes and driving to work. Mr. Speaker, our government understands that the price of goods is reflective of national and international supply chains, which are part of a complex system that impacts all Canadians. The member for St. Albert has proposed an unsophisticated solution to a very complex problem, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the grocery industry is one of the lowest margin sectors in the entire country. And this industry is now facing a range of unusual inflationary forces, everything from extreme flooding in BC to drought in parts of Western Canada. We're seeing COVID-19 supply chains, labor disruptions that are impacting the port, and let's not forget the geopolitical events in Europe, particularly the war in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, Ukraine is the world's largest producer of sunflower oil. They are the fourth largest exporter of corn. Of course it's going to have an impact on what people are paying on the shelf. Let's not blame the retailers, Mr. Speaker. And many of these grocery stores are good community citizens, Mr. Speaker, which give back to the communities they serve. It's unfortunate that the member of St. Albert doesn't actually live in St. Albert, because if she did, she would know that these local grocers live in the communities, Mr. Speaker. Their children play hockey in the local arenas. They get their coffee from the local Tim Hortons. They contribute to the food banks, and they donate to children's charities, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say that these local grocers deserve better than to be vilified by the members opposite.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, that is why I say this motion is ridiculous and redundant. You know, 2 years ago, these grocery workers were essential workers that we relied on to get food on the shelves during COVID-19, and now they have the audacity to vilify these same people. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker. Shame on the member of St. Albert. The Competition Bureau is one of Canada's most prominent watchdog groups with a proven track record of investigating anti-competitive practices that serve to push up prices for consumers, including things like deceptive marketing, price fixing, and even outright fraud. The Bureau is examining how governments could act to combat grocery price increases by way of greater competition in this industry, and expects to publish the results of the study in a public report, which will include recommendations to government authorities as appropriate. I would also like to point out that the Competition Bureau will look at this complex issue over an 8-month period, Mr. Speaker, whereas the opposition motion is calling for a report back in as little as less than a month's time. Mr. Speaker, that's clearly not enough time to look at this complex issue. So we look forward to the completion of the Competition Bureau's review and taking appropriate action as required. As you see, Mr. Speaker, this NDP motion is about nothing more than window dressing and scoring cheap political points. So I say to the NDP and to the member for St. Albert, shame on you for wasting valuable legislative time in the middle of an affordability crisis. While the NDP continue to waste this House's valuable time, Albertans can count on our government to deliver affordability measures for all Albertans. Listen, Mr. Speaker, they're lighting their hair on fire right now. They're so upset by the truth. They can't handle what they're hearing right now, Mr. Speaker. Well, you know what? I would encourage the members, put your cell phones down, stop looking at your shoes, and look up here, because this is a serious matter that is on Albertans' minds. And Albertans deserve better than to have our legislators waste their time like this. Mr. Speaker, we know that Alberta cannot solve this inflation crisis on our own. But due to our strong fiscal position and balanced budget, we can offer substantial relief to Albertans, and that's exactly what we plan on doing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, our government has taken a number of affordability measures totaling $2.4 billion. That's how we're going to have Albertans' backs, Mr. Speaker, by stepping up with $2.4 billion worth of supports, not with ridiculous, redundant motions. Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this motion. And the reason I will be supporting this motion is I'm not against these activities. We're doing them now. It's redundant. We don't need to put the motion forward. It's a waste of legislative time. But I am not against doing these activities. As I said, we're doing them right now. And for that reason, I will be supporting the motion. But, Mr. Speaker, I can't say loud and clear enough that the member for St. Albert is wasting legislative time on redundant motions when we should be focusing on the real work at hand, which is having Albertans' backs during an affordability crisis. My message to the NDP and to the member for St. Albert is to do better. Be better.
Are there others? The honourable member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise in the House to speak on the motion other than government motion 501. To speak in support of this motion, and also to share the feedbacks and concern from my own constituents in riding. Albertans are struggling with inflation and the affordability crisis. As first of all, I just wanted to congratulate my colleague, member from St. Albert, for bringing this motion to the House and providing the members an opportunity to address this very issue that the majority of the Albertans are struggling with and expecting better from their elected representative in the House. It was surprising to actually hear from the Minister of Affordability this afternoon when answering question during the question period to his own caucus member, stating that addressing inflation and addressing the affordability issue is not actually the responsibility of any government. And it is further saddening and sad, discouraging and shameful to see what I just hear actually from the Minister of the Alberta Service and Red Tape Reduction. That was totally unreasonable and unresponsible speech I have ever heard on during very situation, the historic crisis that Albertans have been facing. I'm just, I don't know, I'm trying to put together what should I call? I don't know where the minister actually lives. Minister said that my honorable colleague doesn't live in her own riding and doesn't know about the issues in the riding. I wonder where the minister lives. Does he really live in this province? And if he does he just go back to his constituents, or he has only opportunity to speak with the corporate managers or the corporate owners? And I would just like to speak for the sake of record that those corporations, two corporations in this province, Loblaws, who have reported Q3 earnings of $556 million, over $500 million. That is up 29% from the last year, same time from the last year. And similarly, the other company, Empire. Another company, Empire, reported earnings of $187 million in their last year reporting quarter. So when the people, the Albertans, are relying on the food banks in this province are unprecedentedly high, and 58,000 kids, just only kids, depending on the food banks in these days, to survive, to be, in order to just, to get fed. Not really having the food of their choice, but just being able to survive and get fed, and relying on the food banks. And the stories, I was on the radio talk show past month, stories people are sharing. The people who have been the donors for the food banks in the past many years ended up actually relying on the food banks for their survival. In very first time in Alberta history, they're calling out. And that was the time, and I am not sure how many of the government caucus members actually have the opportunity or the responsibility as ordinary citizens or Albertans when going home and helping their families with the regular jobs, going to shop for groceries and help their family purchase food on their local stores. From the speech I was hearing from the minister, it doesn't seem like it, that if he would win as a responsible family member, whatever, I don't know his family circumstances, it is not very hard to find it out what is going on. The prices that you were paying like 6 months ago and prices you are paying now and the prices that you are paying last year and the prices you paid 6 months ago versus prices you are paying now. And the consumer price index we discuss here is not even really affecting all Albertans equally, because the average increase or the numbers of inflation we're discussing usually, it is average. Like in some cases, the inflation has jumped the prices of the items and qualities over 200%. And particularly in vegetables, if the member from the Falcon Ridge, I don't know if he's aware, like I know his constituents, going to store, posting on Facebook, the price gouging from $2 piece of cauliflower jumping to $10.99. And it's unaffordable. I've seen that sitting in Edmonton looking at that post. So it has been like very, very, I don't know, like lack of sensitivity and where the minister was coming from. It was very sad to see what kind of, and you know, you can easily even figure it out why coming back to House, the government put forward very first bill as a Sovereignty Act, not anything else. They debated 6 months during their leadership debate. All the issues related to the health crisis, education, affordability was on number top. One of their leadership contenders, campaigned on indexing a lot of benefits. They de-indexed during this 3.5 years. But all of a sudden, when they came back to the House, it seems like their agenda has been changed. There has been, their constituents or stakeholders, and I'm surprised to understand where do they live. I've been the radio stations, I've been meeting with stakeholders. Definitely the profit margin on the local businesses, local grocery stores, or the independent grocery store owners have been going down as the rate of their rents, utility bills, and other inflation factors. Their costs have increased, and that has eroded their profits in big time. But what the big corporations like Loblaw, corporations like Empire, have a capacity to manipulate the market, they don't. They don't have the same capacity. So, in my concluding remarks, I just wouldn't take very long. I know many of my colleagues wanted to be on record, want to speak in favor of this bill because this is very important, and this is very important to my constituents and the many actually Albertans. They are struggling with the historic crisis of inflation. Every member of the House should support this motion. Thank you. Speaker.
Motions other than government motions. 501. Are there others? The honourable member for Calgary Glenmore, followed by Edmonton City Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's government is committed to making sure that when grocery shopping, Albertans receive fair and ethical treatment. Affordability is the primary challenge facing most on a daily basis, and too often soaring costs are forcing people into difficult decisions to make ends meet. Far too many people are now having to choose what daily essentials they can live without. People on fixed incomes such as families, seniors, Albertans with disabilities, and those out of work. These Albertans tend to be squeezed hardest and endure the lion's share of the hardship. That's why we're supporting food banks with $20 million in new funding over the next years. This is the first time the government has funded food banks. That's why we launched our $600 million electricity rebate program. That's why we reinstated indexing of financial benefits for Albertans with disabilities, seniors, and those out of work. And that's why we're making targeted payments for families for each child under 18, seniors 65 and up, and vulnerable Albertans with household incomes below $180,000. We're serious about our commitment to deliver immediate cost. We all agree that the root causes of global inflation extend far beyond the borders of our province. And while we will do everything we can to temper its effects, we are fresh out of magic wands to wave to make inflation disappear. However, Mr. Speaker, performing magic sounds like a lot like what my colleague across the aisle is suggesting, that we investigate for barely more than a month and then poof, we'll have all the answers and make prices come down, and it'll be the same everywhere. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a global problem, a serious global and national problem, not simply an Alberta problem with an Alberta solution. The grocery sector is concentrated in all parts of the country. Canadians generally buy their groceries from retail chains operated by one of three companies. The prices reflect national and international supply chains, comprising part of a complex system encompassing all Canadians. The Competition Bureau of Canada already has an active study underway, and I think this is well known by most in this chamber. And they're looking into the competitive dynamics of the industry and developing recommendations for governments to promote competition. It would be naive to think an Alberta-focused review would have value for a national interconnected problem. The Competition Bureau is one of Canada's most prominent consumer watchdog groups. It's got a proven track record of investigating anti-competitive practices that push up prices. The Bureau is spending 8 months looking into this complex issue. Not a month, 8 months. It's flattering that the opposition thinks we might do the same in a little more than a month, which is their called for timeline. Flattering and actually ridiculous. The Bureau expects to publish its results in a public report, which will include recommendations to government authorities. We are fully prepared to consider and potentially act on the Bureau's findings and look forward to the release of the report. The Federal Standing Committee on Agriculture is also now undertaking a similar study, yet the opposition thinks a third review is needed. Clearly, this is another example of the opposition playing political games with their federal counterparts. The federal NDP demanded Parliament investigate grocery prices earlier this year. Conversely, we are taking serious and sincere approaches to making sure that Albertans have food on their tables, a roof over their heads, and money in their pockets. We refuse to play political reindeer games that are a waste of the trust invested in us by Alberta voters. As to price gouging, that's covered by Alberta's Consumer Protection Act, and I think most in this chamber know that. It's defined as individual businesses charging grossly excessive prices on individual grocery items. The Consumer Investigations Unit is responsible for following up on consumer-reported claims. Anyone who suspects unfair practices, including pricing without explanation on grocery items that grossly exceed the price of similar items, should contact the Report a Rip-Off line. Given that the Competition Bureau's market study is underway, the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act is wildly premature. The Bureau's recommendations will likely include changes around consumer protections for all governments. It's also worth noting, Mr. Speaker, the opposition had 4 years to amend the definition of price gouging in the Act and failed to do so. That suggests to me that their priorities are elsewhere, and today's motion is little more than a political show. Mr. Speaker, our government has the backs of Albertans at the grocery store, at the pumps, and when they are paying their utility bills. They are counting on their government, and they rightly expect us to address the challenges they are facing with our full attention and action. This motion will do nothing that isn't already being done, and done much more thoughtfully on a much larger scale. I hope that members of this House recognize how unnecessary this motion is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton City Centre is next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this motion. It's entertaining to hear members of this government stand and rail about wasting valuable legislative time. Mr. Speaker, the number of times we have seen these members bring forward frivolous motions in this House to debate and yell and scream to create political hay, both during the time they were in opposition and during the time that they are in government, using government motions to do so, are countless. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly the pot calling the kettle black. Political games, Mr. Speaker. This government just introduced one of the worst written pieces of legislation with incredibly far-reaching powers for cabinet simply for the sole purpose of playing political games. To generate an endless series of motions in the spring session, to rail against Ottawa and campaign against Justin Trudeau. Mr. Speaker, this government has no grounds to make accusations to anyone else. This is a government that has proven it is entirely unserious in dealing with the real priorities of Albertans, as we just saw today, as a shut-down debate on a bill proposed for a positive change in healthcare, more accountability and clear service standards to support Albertans. They voted against a motion, emergency motion, to debate children's health, a crisis in this province, and they voted to be able to close debate on their embarrassment of a Sovereignty Act. Speaking of magic wands, Mr. Premier, as noted by the member there that was just speaking, that's rich coming from a party sitting with a Premier who has repeatedly spread misinformation and conspiracy theories about COVID-19, about COVID vaccines.
The Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I am going to use 23BI. Speaks to a question other than what is under discussion. We are on motion 501. I'm sure the member has plenty to say on affordability, maybe about grocery prices. There's been lots of debate so far. He seems to be wildly off topic, Mr. Speaker.
The Opposition House Leader.
Simply to say, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe this is a point of order. I believe we are maybe a minute and a half into my member's response, and he has been responding directly to arguments that we've heard in this chamber during motion 501. I look forward to your ruling.
More like 2 minutes, but it is noted. I hesitate to rule on relevance at this point in time in the member's remarks. That said, I'm sure he's tying it to the motion that's before the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will conclude my beginning remarks by noting this Premier has also repeatedly offered incredibly simplistic and counterfactual claims about the crisis in our healthcare system and ridiculously embarrassing attempts at solutions. So this government has no grounds to stand and complain about the opposition bringing this motion forward today, a motion that I'm happy to speak to now. Now, we have heard some vigorous defense of grocery chains, large grocery corporations, from the minister, the member for Morinville-St. Albert. Interesting. Now, we do know, Mr. Speaker, factually, what has happened with large grocery chains in Alberta in the not-so-distant future. Indeed, for at least 14 years, Mr. Speaker, large grocery chains, including Loblaws, Metro, Walmart, and Sobeys, all participated in an industry-wide arrangement to slowly and artificially jack up the price of bread, gouging customers billions of dollars. Now, the minister would be outraged to hear me say that and hear me accuse local grocers of gouging Albertans. That is not what I'm doing, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking of the large grocery chains, for which indeed local owners may be franchisees. But those local owners, to the best of my understanding, Mr. Speaker, are not setting the prices. They are taking the prices from their head office. So let's be clear, we know on the record, factually, that large grocery chains in Canada conspired together to gouge consumers on the price of bread. Again, costing billions of dollars. And indeed, that led to a class action suit on behalf of Canadian consumers who bought packaged bread, and that class action was against them, and indeed that was found in favor of them, and that indeed led to the distribution of $25 gift cards to many Canadians. So it's not out of the pale, Mr. Speaker, for these corporations to take advantage. That is the record. That is the historical record. And noting that it could indeed to some extent be the case now, is not necessarily any impugnment of the character of any individual grocery store owner. Now, indeed, here in my constituency of Edmonton City Centre, Mr. Speaker, we don't really have local grocery stores. Indeed, we've had a real paucity of grocery stores. It has been a challenge for our constituency for some time. So I will say, Mr. Speaker, I attended the opening of a Loblaw City Market at the Ice District just a few weeks ago, and I was there because I was happy to see it, Mr. Speaker. Because the fact is, folks in Edmonton downtown have been without a grocery store in the central part of our city for quite some time. Now, the challenge, of course, Mr. Speaker, is the kinds of grocery stores that we tend to get in the downtown and urban areas, or indeed even if they are the same as in other places, often will have higher prices. So if I go to a city market here in Edmonton City Centre, I may actually be able to find cheaper prices at another city market in another part of the city, or at a superstore, which is the same chain but a different variation of. And that is because they know to some extent they have a captive audience, as it were. Folks are going to pay for convenience and being able to go to that grocery store here in their community, which is okay for individuals like myself, who earn a good income. And indeed, sure, it is more convenient for me at times to go and pick up a few groceries at the city market down the street from my house in the Brewery District than it is to drive further to the superstore on Kingsway Avenue. But that is not necessarily true for folks who have less mobility, Mr. Speaker, that being seniors, that being many of the individuals who have a disability, who also live here in Edmonton City Centre and also have had considerably less income during some very difficult years because of decisions by this government. Now, I've heard the Minister for Seniors and Community and Social Services heckle several times about the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. Now, the fact is, those constituents of mine who are on reduced income get a rebate on that carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. They have not gotten a rebate, and they are not getting made up. All of the dollars that were taken away from them because this government chose to de-index AISH, or income support, or seniors' benefits, they won't get a single dollar of that back. While this government spent hundreds of millions on their embarrassment of an energy war room and other government priorities that were, frankly, Mr. Speaker, political games, political grandstanding. This government did that on their backs. So when we stand up today, Mr. Speaker, and talk about the price of groceries, it's in part because it really matters for these folks who lost income because of the decisions of this government. And this government wants to pat itself on the back about affordability. It talks about the utility rebate, which they do not offer to a significant number of my constituents who live in apartments and condos. Now, they said they intend to perhaps fix that with their new affordability bill. I'm certainly looking forward to that being the case. Their gas tax, Mr. Speaker, does not benefit the seniors, the students, the others, many folks who have a disability in my constituency who do not drive. So again, I recognize that they are moving forward with providing an extra $100 a month for each of those individuals. Now, of course, not for students, Mr. Speaker, or for a number of other people who might work at a low-income job, a minimum wage. They are excluded from this because, frankly, this government doesn't see their votes being particularly valuable coming up in next May. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that we will continue to stand up for affordability for Albertans on all fronts. We will continue to stand up for government support for individuals who need it. And we will continue to stand up for justice economically, in social areas, and all things that affect Albertans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Others? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Honourable Member for St. Albert to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and close debate on motion 501. Just a couple of things. Obviously, the Minister for Service Alberta Red Tape's a little angry. Sadly, he accused me of wasting time. And so what I What I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that there are many constituents of mine that have written to me, that have called, that have talked to me about grocery prices. Not to mention, as a critic, I deal with hundreds of people all the time, every week, that are letting me know that things aren't just bad or difficult, they're horrible, they're in crisis. And so it is a problem. This was not an attempt to vilify grocers or anybody that worked for grocers. It's not an attempt at all. What it is an attempt to do everything in our power. I understand that there's some federal work going on, but this is about, here at home in Alberta, is about doing everything that we can to ensure that Albertans are paying fair prices for groceries. Now, certainly, the member he was angry. He went on and on about, we don't know anything. And yes, we understand that there are outside influences on the prices. We understand that climate change will continue to be a massive, massive problem. We understand that climate change will continue and will continue to impact all things groceries. We understand that. We understand that the war has certainly created a lot of cost pressures. We understand those things. We're not ridiculous. We read the news. I mean, we understand just like the member does. And so to stand up and just mostly try to insult is a little bit disrespectful. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this particular motion, which oddly enough sounds like they're going to support, is not an attempt to say that the federal work is unimportant or won't do anything. It's an attempt once more to identify and understand the uniqueness of Alberta and the unique challenges that we're faced with here in Alberta, and not to just rely on the feds and on Ottawa. It seems to me this government is pretty happy when they're saying those very things. Now suddenly it's the opposite. Oh, just let the feds do it. Yeah. I'm saying we need a plan here in Alberta. I'm also saying that it's kind of weird that they think that they can amend the Constitution of our country with a bill, but yet they're unwilling to look at, are there tools maybe that they're unaware of, or things we can amend to actually do the work properly here at home. So for all of these reasons, we have a crisis right now. People can't afford their food. They can't. So people that were struggling are in crisis now. So let's all support this motion and do everything we can to ensure Albertans are getting a fair price for very basic essentials like food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, members, the member for St. Albert has closed debate on motion other than government motions 502. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That motion is defeated and a division has been called. Call in the members. Division has been called on motions other than government motions. 501. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mrs. Savage, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Mr. Milliken, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Tour, Mr. Shepherd, the Honourable Ms. Gray, Ms. Renault, Member Irwin, Mr. Turton, Mr. Smith, Mr. Dack, Mr. Diol, and Mr. Nielsen.
All those opposed, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mr. Jean, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Jeremy Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Williams, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Ms. Isaac, the Honourable Ms. Furr, Mr. Stephan, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Singh, Mr. Van Dyken.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 15, total against 18.
That motion is defeated. Almost got called into play there. Honourable members, the time is now 6 o'clock and the House stands adjourned until 7:30 p.m.